you live each day of the week. Come on, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What you waiting for? Come and take a seat. Like and subscribe, this is where you wanna be. Cause you know we gon' talk about it. Let's talk about it. Get in here, we in here tonight. So get in here, we in here to vibe.
Hey, everybody. I can't hear myself. Hold on. I can't hear myself. Did he turn this off? Hold on 1 second. Okay, can't hear myself. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? I cannot hear myself, so I'm pretty sure they can't hear me. What the heck can we do? What in the world? This is nuts. You do it. All right, there we go. All right, you guys, you should be able to hear me now because I can hear myself. How's everybody doing today? Today is, I think it's Thursday. Yes, it is Thursday, October the 24th. Oh my God. I only have 4 more days before my birthday. I turned 52 years old. Yay, me. Can't wait. I don't know why. Who enjoys getting old? I don't feel 52. But anyway, you guys, so y'all already know the stipulation agreement has dropped. Hello to everybody in the chat. Big shout outs to my members. Those are the ones in green. We're going to get right into this. We're not going to make you wait. So we got the agreement, you guys, and I read over some of it and I stopped reading and said, let me just read it on live with my people, okay? Now, before I get into it, well, you know what? Let me just get into it. I will voice my opinions along the way so that everybody can understand, where I'm coming from. Let me put my disclaimer up because basically my disclaimer says what I say out of my mouth is based on my opinion only. I am covered up under the Copyright Act of 1976, which allows all material to be used as fair use for the purpose of criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Okay. So the commentary that I give on this channel is based on my opinion. Okay. And then you guys can form your own opinion based off of, whatever I say. You can like it or you cannot like it. You can agree or you cannot agree. Okay. But at the end of the day, we are all adults, right? So let's get into this. I am going to pull up the first document. Which one I want to do? I'm going to do the stipulation order. And then I want to get into... Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the other one first. I'm going to put up the stipulation order that was agreed upon, and then I am going to pull up the affidavit that was attached. Hold on. Did I put up the right one? Yes. Okay. All right, here we go, you guys. All right, so let's go over this document, okay? So basically, they went to court yesterday, but apparently they agreed upon some things before going before the judge, okay? So they went before the judge already. This is my analysis, okay? In my opinion, they agreed on some things before going before the judge. Now, I am going to read off some things, and then, of course, I'm going to put my opinion on it, okay? So let's go ahead and go forward. All right, so again, this says it was filed yesterday, the 23rd of October, which they went to court yesterday, okay? So the stipulation in order is the temporary order pending judgment of further court order, all right? So basically, this order is in place moving forward. She said, can you make it bigger? All right, hold on. Let me make it bigger. All right, if I make it bigger, I'm going to have to, let me move my picture out. What about now? Can y'all see it better now? Can you see it better now? Let me know. Let me know if you can see it better now. Yes, I finally watermarked it. My moderator, everybody give a big, huge shout out to Candy Girl. That is one of my moderators, and she watermarked it for me. Is this big enough? Okay, so this order takes precedence over all other orders, okay? This is the latest order, which means all the other orders are dissolved, dismissed, out of here, okay? So basically, going forward, anything that they go by is based off of this order. Let me say that again, because a lot of people are unclear and they love to say other stuff, okay? Like, oh no, but they still have to do this, they still have to do this. When you go to court for a contempt charge or a TPO, a violation of a court order, the last order that they put in place takes precedence. Okay. Now I understand my American people probably know that, but a lot of people that does not live in America, I don't think they understand that based off me listening to some other people's lives. Okay. They seem to think that this order and then every else order is in place. This order takes precedence, meaning what they did was they reached back and grabbed some information out of the old order and put it in this order and say, this is what we riding on. So moving forward, don't assume or think or even say out of your mouth, well, but they still have to do this and they still have to do that. No, this is what they have to do moving forward, okay? All right. I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of people don't understand when you get another order that then the other order is out the door unless it states. But 9 times out of 10, they're going to put whatever they need to put in this order. Okay. All right. Let's move forward. Now, this one right here is only dealing with the, let me see. Well, it's basically, well, let me just read it because it's dealing with everything that they both collectively brung forward to the court. Okay. All right. This one says it was signed by both parties, their attorneys and everything yesterday. Okay. The parties stipulate to the following orders with an S, orders. Petitionary and respondent, which means Justin and Korra both dismissed their request for a TRO. So they both dropped their order. And now let me just say this before I move on. I think that this is best for the children. That this order right here tells me they are looking out for the best interest of the children. But let me continue, okay? So Justin and Korra both dismissed their TRO. Justin Dean's TRO, granted on June the 7th of 2024, is dismissed, which means Korra is no longer under a TRO. Let me read that again for the ones that sits all the way in the back. Justin Dean, the one that was granted because he told them that she had a sniper rifle and that she was going to pop him up with a sniper rifle, is dismissed. She is no longer under a TPO. It says is dismissed and dissolved as of October the 23rd, 2024. Korra is no longer under a TPO. Justin does not have a TPO on Korra any longer. Okay? So that's done. You remember, he was granted a TRO because he went and lied and told the courts that she was going to pop him with a sniper rifle. Okay, that's the only reason why he got it in the first place. It is gone, dissolved, dismissed, no longer, depleted. Whatever words you want to put in there that let you understand it does not exist anymore, then go ahead and throw that word in there. It's gone. That's number 2. Number 3, petitioner, which is Justin, RFO. Well, hold on. Let me just say petitioner, RFO, modification of custody, visitation, and other related orders shall come on Off calendar. Okay. So this is petitioner RFO. I want to say this was Korra's. Modification of custody, visitation, and other related orders comes off the calendar, which means the judge did not hear any modification of custody, visitation, or other related orders. All of it off the calendar will not go before the judge. Okay. Dismissed, out of here, off the calendar. The judge will not hear this, okay? Number 4, petitioner and respondent. So this is Justin and Korra are ordered to comply with the judgment of, I want to say that is resolution of January 25th, 2023. We're going to go over that in a minute. Both parties shall not violate the orders, okay? The first violation, which means if either Korra or Justin violate the January 25th, 2023 order, which we're going to go over, the first violation, if any party violates this judgment, specifically pages 8 through 9, which we're going to go over. What's that word? Proportion, it looks like A through I attached hereto and incorporated by reference counsel shall be notified and provided a copy of said violation. The violation party shall immediately clear up the violation, remove posts and or provide written explanation served on the other party as a notice of violation and request for sanction, which means if Justin or, I jumped ahead, clears up the violation. Okay, so which means that if Justin or Korra violate this court order, they are to, again, notify each other and say, you just violated this order, and they have to clear it up. That's what's gonna happen if they violate the first time. Call each other up on the phone and be like, you just violated the order. Okay, I violated, let me go clean it up, okay? The second violation, counsel shall file with the court and serve the other party of notice of violation and request a sanction. So the second violation, then they can take their attorneys and they can file a sanction on the second violation, okay? Which means first violation, no court. They just reach out to each other and say, hey, you're violating the order. Okay, got it. Let me clear this up for you. Second, okay, I'm going to take you to court and I'm going to have a sanction on you. Now, third violation, the court shall consider the violation of judgment as an element of substantial change of circumstances to reevaluate custody. Meaning the third violation, custody changes will be implemented, okay? They're going to look at it as, okay, your ass is doing this and it is serious and we're going to consider changing up the custody, okay? Reevaluating custody circumstances if they violate the third time. Again, first time, they have to have a courtesy talk to each other. Second time, they have to sue each other basically to get a sanction, request for sanction. The third time, custody reevaluation will be implemented. The third violation, okay? Now, let me just put my little spin on this, okay? Oh my God. How do I start? And then we're going to go over what it is that they're going to have to stand by, okay? So first of all, the courts here in America, okay? She said, Amor, check out Lord Devil. Who is Lord Devil? Oh, let me get them out of here. Thank you. They on some old foolishness. I don't know who that is. Thank you for that, because they talking crazy. All right, so thank you for that. So the courts always try to do what's in the best interest of the children, okay? Now, let me just say this, because I hear this a lot, not just with Korra and Justin's case, but I hear this with a lot of people's case, okay? A lot of people always say, oh my God, you violated this court order, you're going to jail. Oh my God, you violated this court order, you're going to lose your kids. First of all, judges are humans. They go through shit with their spouses just like anybody else. People know when you get a divorce, there are high emotions, okay? She said he just asked a blogger to remove a post saying Korra is going to jail. Exactly, because that whoever said that is ignorant, okay? So let me finish saying what I'm saying. I'm going to try not to read the comments. All right, so the judges give leadway to divorcees when they have children involved. High emotions are there, and sometimes it takes years to get over the hurt and the pain from a divorce. So the judge is not going to throw you in jail the first time you do something against the court order, because they know your level of emotions is still in play. Do you understand what I'm saying? They understand that you're still angry, you're still hurt, you're still bothered, you're still bitter, because a divorce is like a death. You're still grieving being away from this person. So 9 times out of 10, a judge is not going to be like, oh, I'm going to lock up you because you violate this order. Or, oh, I'm going to lock up you because you violate this order. Or I'm going to lock you up because she said that you're unfit. Or I'm going to take the kids away from you because he said you're unfit. That's not how a court system works. They actually have to put a level of empathy into play when it comes to a divorced couple that's involving kids. So a lot of times when we come out here and be like, oh, you're going to jail because you violate this, or you're going to get your kids taken away because you did this or you did that. That's just not how the court system works, okay? It's not how the court system works, which means that is why they have 3 violations. They got first, second, and third violations, because they're giving you a chance to get over this, okay? They looking at it like, okay, the first violation, you're going to get a smack on the head. The second violation, you're going to court. The third violation, okay, now you keep messing up, you're going to lose your children, okay? So with this being said, this is the first time they've been to court dealing with things. Actually, I want to say this might be the second time, but this time they agreed before going before the judge, right? I do believe if they would have went before the judge, being it's been 2 years since the divorce, I believe it would have been a different outcome. However, what they did, which was smart, but I'm going to say it was smart in Justin's behalf more than Korra's. I have to say that. Justin and his lawyer got ahead of this because they saw it going south, okay? So by Justin and his lawyer getting Korra to agree to these stipulations, right? It helped him because he could have gotten in more trouble because he had other things that he would have had to worry about it. Remember I told y'all yesterday, narcissists don't like going to court. Why? Because 9 times out of 10, more things are going to come out that they don't want to come out. So they got ahead of this, him and his lawyer, and they agreed on some things outside of court because they understood going to court could have gotten him in more trouble. Now, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of what they have to abide by. Now, here it says, page 8, provisions A through I of the judgment dissolution that was taking place on January 25th is attached. Now, they have theirs, but I'm gonna pull up a clean version. Okay, so let's take this down because I got the whole thing. And we're gonna go to page 8. Okay. Oh, let me put it up for you guys. Let's go to this one. And let me blow it up. And let me stretch it out. Let me. All right, can y'all see that? All right, so now page 8. Let's start. It says specifically page 8 through something, but we're going to go to page 8. Hold on. Is this page 8? Okay, this is page. No, that's not page 8. Yeah, it was page 8. All right, this is page 8, okay? Hold on, you guys. Let me just make sure. Did I say it right? Let me make sure it said page 8. She said, I want someone to tell me where's the children justice in this agreement. Well, hold on. Let's talk about it for a minute. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let me see. It says page. Let me get back to what page. It says A of I. A of I. Oh, hold on, you guys. Let me just make sure I'm reading the right thing. So it starts at right up under attorney fees. Yeah, that is page 8. Okay. Let me reopen this again. Right up under attorney fees. Where is that? Child support, separation. Hold on. Child custody visitation, child support. Let me get to the attorney fee one because it's right up underneath it. Here it goes. Okay. Now, let me put it on the screen. All right, so it is right here. Now, this is what they have to abide by, okay? They have to, neither party shall name, reference, or mention the other party directly or indirectly in public forum on social media, including but not limited to Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter, which means they can't even say each other's name. And listen, not even indirectly. So ex-wife, my baby mama, my baby daddy, the worst thing that ever happened to me, the pain in my ass or whatever, they cannot name, reference, or mention the party directly or indirectly. They can't do it. They cannot say my ex-wife, my ex-husband, my baby mama, my baby daddy. They can't say no reference to or about each other. None whatsoever. Number B, neither party shall disclose the confidential nature of the ongoing custody procedures or disclosure development in the matter, which means she can't say what happened, but I can. Okay, I can. But she cannot come out here and say, hey, you guys, this happened or that happened or that happened. She cannot do it. Number C, now this is important right here. Social media posts regarding the children shall be tasteful, and the party shall supervise the children properly when online, which means they both have a right to post their children online. They both have the right to post their children online. I'm gonna say it again. They both have the right to post their children online, but it must be done in a tasteful manner, and they both have to supervise the children, okay? But the minor kids cannot be the focus of the content, which means if the kids just so happen to run by in the social media post, that's fine. But you cannot just sit a camera in front of the kid's face and just them dance for 1 hour while they're live, okay? They cannot be the focus. So it can't be, basically, it can't be oh, we're going to watch Junie eat cereal today. Let's watch Junie ride her bike today. They can show the kids, but the kids cannot be the focus of the content. So if they just running by and hugging each other, whatever the case may be, that's okay. But it's absolutely not the focus of the content, okay? Neither party shall encourage any other person or their flying monkeys to threaten or post disparaging statements about the party, which means all that go flag his page, go report that page, go do that. They cannot do that. They cannot encourage bloggers like myself or any other bloggers to post derogatory, defaming things about one another. Okay. Number F, neither party shall identify or name the other party's phone number, home address, business address, or business entities anywhere online. Okay. Number G, neither party shall make or indirect reference vile threats, comments about the other party, meaning, oh, she's going to get deported or he's going to lose his business or any threats. You're going to jail. You're going to get locked up. You're going to lose custody. You're going to do this. You know, your business is failing. They cannot make threats or comments about the other party. Number H, the party shall encourage their family and friends to not disparage the other parent, meaning they have to come out and say, I'm gonna need you guys to not mention my ex, don't bring her up, don't talk negative about her, don't leave negative comments in my posts about her. If you leave negative comments about my baby daddy, about my baby mama, in my post, you will be deleted, okay? You cannot, they can no longer, so listen. And you guys, we all need to understand this. I've never done it, so I can honestly say I've never done it. I'm not the type that'll do that. I have done it to other people in the past, but I've never done it to Korra, and I will never do it going forward. However, you cannot go into Justin's comments and say, you're a dirtbag, you're this, that, and the other, without being deleted. You cannot go over to Korra's post and say, Korra, I'm so glad you're done with that dirtbag. He's such a this. Your comment will be deleted. She cannot allow you to disrespect or disparage her ex-husband in her comments. So don't do it, because if you support her, you're going to get her in trouble, because she has to delete you. She has to block it out. She cannot allow you to talk bad about her, about him in her comments, and he is not allowed. His supporters cannot drag her or talk bad about her in his comments. He has to delete it, and he has to encourage his supporters to not come over to his comments bashing his ex. Okay, so if they want him to get in trouble, if his flying monkeys want him to get in trouble, then they will continue to do so. If they don't want him to get in trouble, they will cut it out. Clearly cut it out, okay? All right? Now, they can't tell you what you do on your own page, but you can't bring it to their page. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if y'all want to call him a butthole over here, you can, but you can't go over to Korra page and call him a butthole. Do you understand what I'm saying? You cannot do that, because they can't support it. They cannot support you talking down about the other parent in their comments, okay? All right, going on, there shall only be peaceful contact between the parties. We got that. Let me see how far it goes down. Hold on one second. It was 8 through, because it talks about the order too. So just give me a second. It talks about the passport. So let me just read here. Okay, so A through I. So let me finish. Okay, no child support still. They already did the $50,000 that was already taken care of. I already took care of that. Okay. I know it has something to do with the passport. So basically what they did, I'm gonna get to it in a minute, you guys, but basically what they did is they reinforced the last order that was not, they didn't take heed to, that he just brushed off, okay? They reinforced it. So basically that's what they did. They reinforced the order. I know it's somewhere in here that he's supposed to go get the baby's passports done. I'm just trying to find it. Hold on. I know it's in here. Did I pass it? Let me see. Oh, the reimbursement waiver. Okay, so I think he's supposed to reimburse her for some education, but let me read that again. Hold on. All rights of reimbursement otherwise due to the community or party for contribution made by the community or either party to the education or training of a party, and reimbursement otherwise due to community payments for the community of child support obligation of either party. Consideration, therefore, the waiver consider. Trying to read what they supposed to be reimbursing. The party shall be responsible for payment of an obligation pursuant to this section, shall pay, defend, and hold the other parties harmless for any liabilities. I'm trying to get to the part where hold on, let me go back to this. Give me a second. All right, they actually crossed this part out. Okay, so then that means that stops. So with that said, basically what they want them to do, they actually crossed this part out. They crossed, I don't know if they did this on purpose, but it is crossed out. So I'm going to assume that this reimbursement waiver thing is not a thing because it's crossed out on here, which means this tells me that basically the judge is saying they have to adhere to the previous divorce decree. Okay, that's basically it. So let's talk about this for a minute, you guys. Let's talk about this because, first of all, before I tell y'all how I feel about it, I want to know how you feel. I want to know how you feel about this. Let me read one or two comments. Tell me how you feel about this, that basically they basically have to resort back. They agreed to resort back to the original divorce decree. Tell me how you feel. Hold on, somebody said. Huh? She said, okay, so let's read some of the comments. All right, so I see somebody said, I'm disappointed in Korra. I see somebody else that says, I'm pissed and I'm done fighting for Korra. I see somebody else says, I feel she should have gone to court. I see somebody else says, a second divorce with the same results. I see somebody else says, I feel like she wants this to end. Somebody else said, nothing has been settled for a hearing, so he just didn't pay for everything he did. Okay. All right. So let me give y'all my spiel. Somebody said it means that Justin has not adhered to the original order. If he did, they wouldn't have been a need to go to court. All right. So let me tell you how I feel. Okay. So when I read it initially, I was like, wait a minute. So, because I'm going to pull it back up for a second. Right? At first, I was like, wait a minute. It's not really saying anything. It's, what she fought for, what we thought she's not getting. That's what I thought initially, you guys. That's what I first thought. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? Why did she agree to this? Why she didn't take this to court? Because she had him by the balls. I'm going to be honest with you. She had him by the balls. She 100% had him by the balls. 100%. And I'm like, well, what's going on here? What is freaking going on? Right? But then I said, you know what? Because I understand the court systems here, right? Let me open this back up right quick. Let me make it bigger. So at first I said, what is this? This is, she threw this out. They threw this out. They agreed to throw this out to just go back to the January 25th court order. And then they put other restrictions on there saying, okay, if it's violated, this is what's going to happen. Violation number 1, violation number 2, violation number 3. And I'm like, what? This, she definitely could have won this or whatever. So I'm going to say this. I think that they both put the best interest of the child at hand. However, I cannot get off this live without telling y'all my true feelings. And my true feelings is I feel like Justin manipulated her yet again. Now, I understand some people down there saying Korra still won. She won as far as she won as far as the original order is still in place. And if he violates it, there's going to be precautions, right? Right? But at the same time, she would have to take him back to court if he violated, which in my opinion, I feel like he will, but let's just wait and see, right? I feel like he will violate because that's just who he is. I mean, he literally just came out yesterday and was like, oh, God, sorry for that little cry and that little, I'm going to give custody to Korra. Your prayers worked. No, all manipulation bullshit, right? And he still yet again tried to blame the nanny bullshit on Korra. Somebody said, did he get full custody? It's the same 50-50 both. He has to sign the passport to allow them to travel. That's in there, which, Candy, if you see it, can you point it out to me? Because I was looking through it and was getting a little lost. But that's in there. He has to sign Athena's passport for them to go out of town. So everything that was in the original order, he has to do. And if he violate, then the first violation, she gets to call him up and say, hey, you violated. You need to take care of this. And then number 2, she gets to take him back to court, which costs money. And then number 3, then they talk about the violation of, the rearrangement of custody. In my opinion, I believe that she should have went to court, or she should have put in there that he got 24 to 48 hours to do all of this shit. 24 to 48 hours to fix it. That's in my opinion, right? Only Korra knows the reason why she chose this route. To allow him to say, okay, I agree to adhere to January 25th order if we can just drop everything. Would I have done that? Hell to the no, not dealing with him. No way. I would not have done it. But I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. Yes, it's still 50-50. Everything that was already in the order is still in the order. Everything that was in the order is still in the order. The only thing that really happened is he have to adhere. And it's clear now. It's clear now that, okay, she said it's on page 4. Let me see. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, Candy, on page 4. But it's clear now that he can't come back and say she can't post the kids, because it's definitely in the order that she can post the kids. So he can't come back and strike her page and that bullshit, right? He can't strike her page no more on Facebook, because it clearly says in the order that they both can post the kids, right? He has to sign Athena's passport, okay? He can't drag her on social media, and neither can she drag him. They basically have to adhere to the original order. But, oh, on page 4, okay. All right, I'm being told, okay, hold on. Let me pull that back up. Page 4. She said, go to page 4. Hold on, you guys. Go to page 4. 1, 2. Where's it at, though? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one? Hold on. I'm being told that I got to go to page. All right. I guess I didn't read all of it. Okay. So, the parties shall live separate and accept the duties and obligation, assume an agreement, da 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 da. Let me just read it. The parties shall live separate and apart except for the duties and obligation imposed and assumed under this agreement. Each shall be free from the interference, authority, and control of the other as though he or she is single and unmarried. Each party may conduct, carry, or engage in employment, profession, business, or trade, which to him or her may seem advisable for his or her own use or benefit, without and free of any control, restraint, or interference directly or indirectly by the other party, and in all respects as if they were unmarried. Is that number 4? Oh, that's number 2. Oh, my bad. All right, number 4, here it goes. So every year to respondent, minor children's birthday, each party may have time with the minor child during their birthdays. Each party is allowed to travel outside of the country with the children for up to 3 weeks. The minor child shall not miss school. The parents shall share the itinerary with the other, including flights, information, and addresses of all locations. The minor child will stay during the travel. The non-traveling parent shall have FaceTime for up to 20 minutes on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. The traveling parent shall furnish proof of the round-trip ticket to the other parent. The parenting and visitation schedule may be modified by agreement of the parties, and the custody and visitation orders herein shall be non-Montenegro. And what did you say non-Montenegro was, Candy? Can you tell me that? Because I know you looked it up. But anyway, so basically she is allowed, both of them are allowed 3 weeks of travel time each year. So if she wants to take her child to Nigeria or anybody anywhere else for up to 3 weeks, they should be able to do so without the other parent saying, I'm not going to let her travel. I'm not going to let her travel. All that BS or whatever, right? So they have to adhere to this. They have to adhere. He has to adhere to this damn travel rule, the travel law, okay? So basically, again, he has to adhere to everything that was in the original order on January the 25th. This is the January 25th order right here. Where's the date? Right here. January 25th of 2023. They have to adhere, not just him. They have to adhere to all of this. Okay, so the Montenegro is established the legal and physical custody arrangement of the child. Okay? Basically. All right. So anyway, so they have to adhere to the settlement that they originally had. which means that he has to sign off on the passport for Athena so that she could travel. And this year is her year. Excuse me. So I know that lady came in yesterday saying it wasn't her year. However, let me just say this. They probably did this for the best interest of the child, but in my opinion, I feel like he manipulated her yet again to agree to this. I'm not going to say it's a loss for Korra. She's still getting what she wants because she was literally going to court to fight for her rights. You know what I'm saying? She's still getting what she is asking for. And we have to understand that. What she's asking for was what? Athena passport to be signed. She's asking to be able to take her child to Nigeria. She's asking to be able to post her kids online. So that's what she was asking for. It's not like she was asking for something outrageous. What he was asking for was outrageous. She was never asking for child support or anything like that. And the only reason why she was asking for legal custody, which I believe she should have still pushed for, that's just my own damn belief. But the only reason why she was asking for it is because he wasn't getting things done on his own. However, in my opinion, I still think that she should have pushed for that. In my opinion, I think that she should have went all the way, and it should have been more stipulations, harsher stipulations, and timelines, like a time spot. Like, you got 24 hours to get this shit done. You understand what I'm saying? I've been waiting 2 years. I'm sick of you. You got 2 days or 1 day to get it done. You need to do this today. That's what I think that she should have done. Her lawyer should have done. I don't understand. I would not have, just like he said he don't negotiate with a terrorist, I would not have signed no damn agreement negotiating with him after all of this time. If you didn't do it the first 2 years, what make you think you're going to do it now? So this, in my opinion, I feel that she still got what she wanted, but me personally, Amora would have pushed the envelope just a little bit further. Okay. But again, she enforced this order is what happened. So I just dropped the link. If a couple of you guys want to come up and say a few words, hop on and just tell me how you feel. I just feel that I just know me. I know what type of person I am. I would have pushed the envelope a little further. I would have made more stipulations in here. I would have been like, no, you got 24 hours. You got 48 hours, maybe 72 at the most that he would have had. She said, Amor, your comment section is disappointing. I guess haters are now celebrating here. Well, we're not going to worry about the haters. What are they celebrating? What are they celebrating? Korra didn't lose custody. They wanted her to. Korra didn't go to jail. They wanted her to. Korra can post the kids on social media. They didn't want her to. She can take her kids to Nigeria. They didn't want her to. What are they celebrating? Korra got everything that she wanted, you guys. We have to admit that. Korra got what she wanted. The only thing that I'm worried about is she may, down the line, have to deal with this man yet again, because at the end of the day, she has kids by a narcissist. Her baby daddy is a narcissist. So the only thing that I feel that she should have done more is seal the deal to where she didn't have to go back, do this no more. Even if she would have had this dismissed with prejudice, meaning that he can't bring this shit up again. You understand what I'm saying? But if he can't bring it up again, she wouldn't be able to bring it up again, because dismissed with prejudice, meaning that neither one of them can take each other to court over this again. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, LaTanya, how you doing?
Hello.
Tell me your thoughts. What do you think? What do you feel?
Well, I'm not going to tell you my thoughts because, yeah, I'm just curious, though.
Okay.
Why do you think some or any of this was, you can tell that it's for the best interest of the children?
Because I think that they both want the kids to be in each other's life. You know what I mean? I think she really wants him to have a relationship with the kids, and he really wants her to have a relationship with the kids. So I think that they're saying, okay, let's agree for the best interest of the kids. And let me go a little further with that. So my ex and I, when we first got a divorce, honey, we were angry with each other. We couldn't agree on nothing. But after a while, I would say within 3 years, we both realized we're being petty and we need to do what's in the best interest of our daughter. We still didn't like each other per se, but we put all our differences aside and we concentrate on our daughter. So that's why I said they're doing this for the best interest of their children.
What did your ex have a nanny that taught your daughter how to play with herself?
Did my ex what?
Have a nanny that taught your daughter how to play with herself? No eyes. Did
Oh
you have
no,
that?
heck no, heck no,
See
heck
what I'm
no.
saying? You can't compare.
Oh,
You and your ex went through the normal breakup situations. Me and my ex went through the normal breakup. We couldn't stand each other. If he walked down the street in front of me and slipped and fell, I would have stepped on his neck and said, "Oh, my bad, I didn't see you there." Right? But that's not a normal situation that those girls are in. That's not a normal situation.
but
You can't skip over that.
I will say this though. I have to say this. The fact that they do have stipulations in there, meaning that okay, now it's going to be a first violation, 2 violations, and third strike you're out. To where she knows that her baby daddy is a narcissist, right? She knows that. She has to know. We all know, right? He's a narcissist, which means what? A narcissist will violate. He's going to violate 1 time. He's going to violate 2 times. And he's going to violate 3 times. So getting his kids taken away would not be, oh, Korra did it. It would be, he did this on his own because he violated 3 times.
But Amora, he's already violated because they went back to the original order that was already in place. Even though they didn't have consequences attached to it,
Right,
the
but she
things that,
violated too. If we're going to be honest, we got to be honest all the way around the board. He violated, but so did she. She violated as well.
but see,
When
the
they
thing
went
is
back on
with,
this campaign of dragging each other up and down social media avenue, they both knew they was walking into court as a violator of the court documents. They both violated.
but see, then there's a fine line, right? Because you can't mute a person's story. The only thing she would ever share, and she shared it so much in the exact same story that everybody knows it by heart now, right? It's a fine line between sharing her story and bashing him, right? He bashes her. He bashes her, calls her Hitler, calls her monsters, calls her this, right? She shares her story. So there's a fine line between that, right? I'm not saying Korra is perfect because if I told you my true opinion, you would know that I didn't think she was perfect. But you also have to be fair when you can't mute a person from sharing a story, especially when it was traumatic, right? You don't mute a person from sharing a happy story. So why would you try? They can't mute her from sharing her traumatic experience with this guy, right? So now we're not even.
Well, okay, I understand what you're saying, but they can. They can't mute her from sharing her experience. Like, you know what? Yes, I went through a horrible experience in my life, but saying my baby daddy, my Justin Dean did this, did that. They can mute you from doing that. They can gag you for that. And I've seen other couples that I've even covered on my platform that the judge says you cannot down each other. And see, the reason why they want to stop them from downing each other or bashing each other is for the safety of, not the safety, but the well-being of the kids.
But then, okay, so her sharing her experience with him, according to her, being abusive to her, right? He did that, according to her, in front of their oldest daughter, right? So
Right.
now that order was already in place. He violated it. She only spoke about things that he did whenever he would do something to her, because guess what?
I agree. I
His
agree.
behaviors was triggering. Let me just make this quick point. His behaviors was triggering. That's what would make her speak on it. So from a distance, he was still causing some form of abuse on her, because whenever he did something, it brought up old memories, right? So they put those orders in place from the very beginning. He had no problems violating it as soon as the order was signed. He disappeared for a second and then came back and was like, he said exactly what you said. Divorce is like a losing a death in a family and blah, 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 blah. And then in the next sentence, he came out and started bashing her, right? The judge hadn't even signed the order. This was in December. The judge hadn't even signed the order. The order wasn't signed until January. So now, the same thing that they had to revert back to, he violated it out of the gate. But those orders was put in place to protect Korra, him, and the children, right? So now, fast forward, even with this same order in place, never went anywhere. He has had nannies in there violating his children. He had videos of himself violating his children. There's recordings where he admitted to violating women, even though this order was still in place. Never went anywhere. So now, Korra decides, you know what? We're still going to abide by the same order, but I'm going to give you 3 opportunities before you have to suffer any consequences. 3 opportunities. Even though this order has been in place for almost 3 years now, I'm going to give you 3 opportunities.
It's not just him. I've seen it in other divorce decrees too. But let me speak on this before we get past it. I agree with you. He is the one that come out and start at her, and then she follows suit. So yes, it's more in the defense mode, but one wrong don't make it right. When if she was to take him to court without turning around and doing it to him, then she would have a leg to stand on. But when she opens her mouth and say back to him some of the same things that he say to her, they are both in violation. So they were both going to be going before the judge in violation today. However, let's keep 2 things separate. The thing with the nanny is separate from Korra. He's still going to be dealing with that. You understand what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with Korra. Only thing Korra asked for, we have to remember this. The only thing she was asking for was what? I'm going to let you tell me.
You said you me?
Yeah, you.
You said the only thing he was after Korra for was what?
No. What did Korra want? What was Korra asking the judge for?
Korra wanted legal custody. Korra wanted $6,000.
Why does she want legal custody?
So she can get make all the decisions over the kids.
Okay.
For the kids. So, but then, okay, let's touch on that. Were you around when she was first trying to, well, not first, the second time around, when she was trying to get Junie in school?
I heard about it. No, I was not around at that time, but I did hear about it.
Okay, so this was before they had this agreement in place, right? He was already telling her he didn't even believe in preschool. He was supposed to get a nanny that was a preschool teacher and blah, blah, blah. And of course, he effed her and she left. She left quicker than she came, right? And he wasn't even trying to help her pay for the health insurance. He wasn't trying to help her pay for the school. That's when Korra should have known right then and there that she was going to be in a battle when it came to having 50-50. And this is during the time that Korra had full custody.
Okay, Natanya, what did the court order say about him paying for the school? Did it say he has to?
Because that's the thing. It was that. See, I'm glad you said that. From the very beginning, nothing in there in this order was spelled out. No, there's no A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. It's just saying when the child is in his custody, he's to pay for the children. When the child is in her custody, she is to pay for the children. But it was nothing written out. So he is able to create the stuff to where the loopholes are so apparent to him, but not apparent to her.
That's not true.
Nothing about this order ever protected the children. Nothing.
Hold on. Let's go back a little bit, because what you just said, and I know you're not, maliciously saying this, but
no,
it does spell out here that They both, right here, it says health insurance coverage for the minor children. Do you see this? Is it up on the screen? Let me see.
Can I see the screen while I'm up here?
I
don't
think
think
so.
I can.
Let me just read it for you, baby. It says health insurance coverage for the minor children must be maintained by the parties if available at no or reasonable cost through their prospective places of employment. Meaning that if your job have it, then whoever job offers it, that's who take care of the health insurance. But if it doesn't, then both parties are responsible for health insurance. It says both parties are ordered to cooperate in the presentation, collection, and reimbursement of any healthcare claim, which means if she pays the healthcare bill, he has to pay half, vice versa. It says the parents ordered to provide health insurance must seek continuation of coverage for the child after the child obtains the age when the child is no longer considered eligible, which is most 26 years old in America, for coverage as a dependent under the insurance contract. If the child is incapable of self-sustaining, meaning that if they are physically, mentally disabled, injured, this, that, and the other, whatever, they have to continue support. They both have to continue support. So it actually spells that out for health care.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if it says for the school, okay, I'll have to go down to the school, but the healthcare is spelled out. So they both supposed to be splitting healthcare. And that is a part of, if he violate, he'll have 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and they're going to consider rearranging child custody. They're not going to, this is what the order is saying. They're not going to entertaining rearranging child custody until 3 violations have been taken place.
And you think that's a good, do you think that's a good thing with the 3 stipulations or 3 whatever strikes?
I'm going to put the other 2 ladies that I put up on here, I'm going to put y'all on mute until I finish.
Oh, you want me to stop?
No.
Okay.
Let me give you a couple more minutes because you have good questions. I enjoy this. So would I have done it?
Thank you. So
Listen,
you have to be honest.
You got to think. Me, because I know what type of guy he is, as far as, in my opinion, I believe that he's going to hang himself. Okay. I believe that he will violate not 1 time, not 2 times. He's going to violate 3 times. I know that. So now, would I have done this? I don't know, because I would have done whatever my lawyer advised based on the evidence that we had before us. That's what I would have done. However, I would have put stricter stipulations, meaning I would not have left the courthouse until the orders were signed, as far as him signing Athena's birth certificate, him paying for half
right
of
then and there.
Now, but we don't know if that took place. We don't know if he could
Right.
have already signed the damn, to be honest with you, the way she was behaving yesterday, it led me to believe that he already signed that damn birth certificate. But I'm going to tell you this, we will know if he signed, not birth certificate, passport. I believe he probably signed it before the even court thing took place. So I believe Justin and his lawyer covered their tracks before they even entertained this with Korra or her attorney. So I believe he probably already had. You know how sometimes narcissists will go ahead and be like, oh, well, I'm not. Okay, let me give you an example. How many times have we gotten a speeding ticket or a violation for traffic and we went and got that shit fixed before we went before the judge?
The day before.
Okay, so I believe he signed Athena's passport stuff before going to court so that it would look like, oh, well, when you went to court, oh, it was already done. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't already pay her the $1,500 or whatever the case may be, however much money it was before we went to court. So I believe because he knew what he was facing as far as bringing up the nanny situation with the crazy lady that he had to get a restraining order against, I believe that he corrected some of the flaws that she had against him. I believe that he probably corrected it before going to court, to where the only thing that now it looked like he's a bad parent because he's allowed these strange women coming into his house. He didn't want the judge to hear that. So I believe that's why he probably was like, Korra, listen, When he came out saying, I'm going to give her custody, I believe he already gave in to her. All right, you don't have to worry about me striking your page no more. One. All right, you don't have to worry about me keeping you from taking the child to Nigeria. Here you go. I went ahead and signed a document. You can go ahead and get Athena's passport done. I believe Justin did all of that before, because narcissists do not like going before the judge. He didn't want to go before the judge.
But guess what, Amora?
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't get that legal custody, right? And
right.
if Timu come knocking again, guess what's going to happen? And he won't be in violation.
Yep.
He still got that control. He will not be in violation.
Right now, I'm going to say he has the control.
He does.
I'm going to say they both. And let me tell you why. This piece of paper was reinforced. Right? Which means now it ain't no, we still in our feelings. It's reinforced, meaning that now if he violates, if you get strike one, right, then strike two, because strike two gonna come quicker than you can even imagine. If he violate one time, and she has to tell him, Justin, or he has to tell her, Korra, you're in violation. Violation number 2 is going to come right away. Okay. So then violation number 2, but the only thing about it is now they got to take each other back to court. But here's the kicker. The second time they got to take each other back to court, they don't need no attorney. You want to know why? Because they already have the judge saying violation number 2 comes with sanctions, meaning you don't need a lawyer to get sanctions. You don't need a lawyer to prove your point. A lot of people think you need lawyers to prove your point. She needed a lawyer because Justin was asking for the most. He was asking for full custody, for this, for that. Okay. Now that's violation number 2. If he violate the third time, he already know custody orders will be rearranged. She just have to maintain her composure when she comes out here on social media and make sure she don't do anything to violate, because if she does, then she's going to be facing losing custody. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's what, Amor, you keep going away from what my main reason for coming up here was, is finding out how does this work in the best interest of the children. And with her not having legal custody, right? She is the one that always makes the sound decisions for the children. And he can keep Junie from working. And if you ever seen that video where Junie was doing her modeling gig, it was the cutest thing ever. And Junie is a pro. And I think she was 3 years old when she did that video. She is a natural pro. He still has control and can tell Korra, nope, absolutely not. And he will not be violating. He's exercising his 50-50 right to tell her no. Junie can't do that.
On social media?
Whether it's on social media or not, because she already had a page for work in place. So if that's the case and she's working, and Korra had already had the savings account set up for the children way before that law was even in place, because Nancy spoke about it, right? So it's proven that Korra puts her children first. It's proven, right? But him, just to be facetious, he would tell her no. Even if it wasn't for social media and it was going to be for a catalog or for the website, online catalog, he could still tell her no, and he would not be violating.
Well, I agree with you. I would have definitely moved forward on the legal. However, I don't know. Only Korra, and Korra can't even speak on it, but only Korra knows why she decided to agree. But when I say best interest of the child, let me clarify. Anytime two parents can agree with each other in the caring of their child, it's in the best interest of the child, right? However, we know 100% that Justin is still bitter. How do we know? After 5 months off the internet, he comes back to the internet and says what? it's my ex fault. It's my wife fault. Be careful on who you marry and all this bullshit that he said the other day, which I still have the video and I'm going to upload it on my YouTube since he deleted it. But anytime he comes out after 5 months of not being on social media that much and come out and try to blame her for everything, tells me he is still bitter. So you're not bitter the day before you go to court, and then the day you go to court, the next day you're not bitter no more. He's still bitter. He's still bitter. But I would have still gotten legal, but I'm just assuming at this point she's saying, okay, Justin, you know, I don't know why Korra did this. I would have definitely pushed the envelope and got legal custody. I would not have trusted him at all. However, I'm assuming because she got what she wanted as far as, I just want Athena's passport. Oh, I just want my rights back. You cannot mess with me on social media. But I would have put all of that in black and white. However, it is in black and white that the kids can be on social media. It is in black and white. So he can't come back now. He's in the comments, and let me address this person that was in the comments. I think my moderator may have gotten him out, but they said that you can't believe that. I think they said something about you can't believe he is the one that stopped them from getting on social media. It was a meta thing. That's not true. He's the only reason why he stopped her from getting on social media is because he claimed image protection. It had nothing to do with no court order. It was the image protection. He claimed image protection, meaning that he claimed that these images are mine. And anytime anybody posts these images of mine, I can strike them down. That's all. That was the only thing he did. He did not give Meta no court papers. It was all image protection, period. You know? But that's neither here or there. But let me listen to these other two ladies. Okay. Thank you for your input. Okay?
All right.
All right. Hey, Miss Tanya, what's going on, lady?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right. Hi, Miss Amora, and hey, everybody. I was just coming to ask because I thought it was said that she did receive full legal custody. And I mean, I think it was a smart move because at the end of the day, I know that he's a narcissist, and we all know that. But she still has to deal with this man for the sake of her children, regardless of their relationship and how it ended, how it will continue. That's still their father. So she's still trying to have him as a role in their life. Because, I mean, you don't want your girls growing up with daddy issues, and eventually they'll find out how he is on their own, which will be their choice on whether or not how they continue their relationship with their dad when they're of age. I mean, but she's setting it up. I mean, you got to be steps ahead of these guys. And she's setting it up because she knows, just like with Bree, like, hey, don't argue with him because you know he gon' shoot himself in the foot.
He is. I do believe a narcissist always do that, though. He will shoot the foot. But when you said you heard that she did receive legal, where did you hear that at? Because that's not what the document says.
Okay, that's why I was confused because I was like, wait, if she still received legal custody, then she, at the end of the day, she gets to make the last decision on the well-being of the girls, as far as like their modeling contracts or anything business related. So he can't stand in the way of that. But someone in the chat was saying, well, I mean, the 3 violations can carry on. And I'm like, no, knowing Justin the way that we do,
Yes.
Three violations can happen in one scenario.
3 violations can happen in 30 days. So yes. I'm reading and it says, so number 1, it says the party stipulation has the following orders. Petitioner and respondents both dismiss their request for TRO. They dismiss and dissolve the restraining order. Okay.
Mhm.
And RFO or modification of custody and visitations and other related orders shall come off the calendar, meaning that they took that off the calendar. So they didn't even hear any modification of custody or visitation. So, which means that because they didn't hear it, it came off the calendar. It means that the custody and visitation stays the exact same. It says petitioners and respondents are ordered to comply with the judgment of resolution or dissolution, of January 25th. So it all resorts back that they have to abide by the original January 25th order, and that if they violate, it says both parties shall not violate the orders. And it says first violation, boom, second violation, boom, third violation, boom.
Okay. So wouldn't that mean if they go back to the original order, wouldn't that mean that Justin can't stand in the way of any business things that the girls want to do, or he could still say no?
Well, okay, if we go back to legal and joint custody, because I think that they will both have to get each other's permission, because here it goes right here. It says, okay, we got that's the child custody or whatever, that stays the same. Joint legal custody of the minor is awarded to the petitioner and respondent, so joint, who shall share the rights and responsibility to make decisions relating to the health, education, and welfare of the child, which means that they still have to confer with each other on anything dealing with, health, school, welfare of the child. Okay, so both parties, they have to communicate still on this, this is what we're doing, this is what we're not doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they both have to communicate with each other on the well-being of the kids. So she does not have liberties to make decisions without him when it comes to those girls, and neither does he versus her.
Okay. I still think that she's making a strategic move, because if you give him enough rope, he gonna hang himself.
I agree. I agree with
Violations in, say if 3 violations happen in 30 days or less than 30 days, then okay, one, she doesn't need a lawyer, and we can go back and say, okay, I called you on the first one, that's documented. This is the second one, I'm gonna have you sanctioned. And then the third one, you violated on this one. And now, because I've given you another chance. And even though we don't agree with her giving him another chance, it's just like if you go to court and you get probation the first time and you violate the probation, they have you go back to court and they tell you, now look, you violated, but maybe you didn't fully understand what I meant. So we're going to give you a term to get it together and give you a second chance and extend that violation.
Yes.
But now here it is with him and the children saying, hey, okay, we both did some violations of the first court order, whether minor or great. But now here we are, we wiped the slate clean. We're going back to square one, but with the stipulations of, I'm giving you the rope to hang yourself. And if you hang yourself, then it's not on me. And I get everything that I was looking for to begin with. The full legal custody. Now I don't have to confer with you, because now we're going back to court because you in violation. And then Justin is going to be, a hurt brother.
Yes.
Like Mr. Gerard, and be crying on the internet talking about now instead of having 50-50, he only gets one day, a weekend or 1 hour every other week.
It would be
his
so
kids.
basically, this paperwork right here is basically saying somebody is really trying to get in contact with me. They didn't call me 7 times. This don't make no sense. If you're calling me, let me know in the comments, because it looked like somebody's trying to call me. But if you violate this, basically what this order tells me is she's saying if you lose custody of your kids, it's going to be on your own.
Yes.
It's going to be your own doing. It's not going to be me. I'm not taking you away from your kids. You are going to be the one that take yourself away from the kids. That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. And
Again,
that's the way I see it. That's the way I see it as well. And then with the nanny situation, that's a whole nother case. Nobody has said that that case is over. That's something entirely different, and that still has repercussions going back to Justin.
well, but check it out. The nanny situation has nothing to do with Korra.
Right. That's
It's
why I
not
said it's going back to Justin.
right. Korra is out of it. So it's not like, oh, Korra is still taking him to court for the nanny situation. She has nothing to do with the nanny situation. The nanny filed CPS on, well, allegedly called CPS on her own. Which, do we even have proof that that happened?
Right.
People say stuff all day, every day. Do
Right.
we have proof that the nanny really did do anything to him?
No, we don't have proof of that. It's just hearsay,
It's
and
here.
hearsay doesn't work in a court of law.
That's right. So to be honest with you, for what we know of right now, like what we have facts on, Justin is off the hook on anything that he's done that we know of right now. We can't sit here and say, oh, no, we still got the CPS case open. What CPS case?
Even with Miss Crystal.
That has nothing to do with Justin. That was a restraining order against. That was a restraining order against Crystal. She didn't hold him in any type of. Now, I believe that's another reason why he did not want to go before the judge, because that would have came up.
Okay.
But she didn't ding him for that. She dinged Crystal, like, stay the hell away from my kids.
Right. As
You know.
did. Okay.
So I do believe that we may hear, I do believe that, I don't think, I mean, I hate to be the negative person, but I just don't think that Justin is going to be able to stop people from coming in his comments saying anything. And I don't think that he would, because has he came out yet and said, don't say anything negative about her? Well, you know what? He did. He said it the day, but he deleted that video. He said it. Don't talk about my wife. Don't talk about my ex-wife and blah, blah, blah. He pretty much already said it. Why? Because he already knew what was going to go down in court. And she said it yesterday. Don't bring nothing negative to my page. Nothing negative. Let's leave the past in the past. But I believe that Korra is saying, let's leave the past in the past, thinking that she's going to be able to work with him. And who knows? I mean, they were married for 5 years. She knows him better than we do. But I just don't think that she's going to be able to work with him, because if he didn't come out the other day and still acting bitter and lying, because he lied on her, he lied on the nanny. If he didn't come out and trying to act like the victim, I would say, okay, you know what? He's had 5 months to think about his actions, and he's showing signs of a better person. No, I didn't see any of that the other day. So I believe that we will be going over more paperwork one day down the line.
Yeah, I do too. I just feel like she's giving him enough rope to hang himself and for him to take custody away from himself versus it being like on her shoulders, or her being the cause of it. Like, okay, it's not on me, because I did everything to work with you for you to keep custody of your children, but you only hurt yourself. And so now that's not on me. And she doesn't have to deal with that being on her conscience or having that bad juju.
Because she knows that her girls love their father.
Yeah.
So you're saying she don't want to be the one to say, when they say, why can't we see daddy? Oh, because mommy don't want you to. She don't want that on her.
Right.
Eventually, she'll be able to say, because your daddy could not abide by the court agreements, and not just 1 strike, not 2 strike, but 3 strikes, you're out, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the judge did spell it out as far as you got 3 chances, 3 chances. If you mess up the 3rd time, you're done. So basically, they have a clean slate as of today. Justin is not being held with no court order against him. She's not being held with no court order against her. They literally have a clean slate. So anybody that's out there saying, oh, well, Justin can still go to jail for this. Nope, not when it comes to Korra. Or when people out there saying, oh, Korra can still go to jail for this. Nope. They both have a clean slate. As of yesterday, the 23rd, everything was wiped away. You might as well take a water hose and just wash it all away. Everything is done. Everything is done. The only thing now is just moving forward. Whatever happens from her or his end. Meaning, I believe that this is what Korra wanted as far as having a clean slate. However, us looking on the outside, looking in, like, we know Justin is not right. We know Justin is going to continue to do this, that, and the third. Now, it will behoove Justin to unfollow Korra so he won't have to look at anything that she does, and he can unfollow her so he won't, they both unfollow each other. Because if they both look at each other, if they both come live and they both listening to each other, it's going to be something that they say that's going to make the other person feel some type of way. Like, okay, for instance, like Korra, she was live today. She said, today is the first day of the rest of my life. He can take that as, wait a minute, what are you saying? Are you saying that you're glad I'm not in your life? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it can be you're in violation because I feel like you're taking a shot at me. So, which that's not a violation, but I'm just saying, because it says in reference indirectly or directly or indirectly. So a person can be offended if they sit up there stalking each other's content, listening to each other, following each other on social media, whatnot, or whatever, and her sharing her experience in life in general, and him vice versa. They may look at it as, you're still trying to drag me. Now, from what I hear of Korra, I've heard Korra go a long span of time not even entertaining that old relationship. You understand what I'm saying? You remember when she went to Hawaii and she was picking fruit and stuff like that. She wasn't even talking about him, but now she did get on him a little bit when she was talking about that cat dog situation. That stuff was so funny to me. Yeah. But that was after. That was so funny. But that was after he was taking digs at her. So again, like the last caller, I think it was Miss Latanya, what she was saying, he does take digs at her and then she fires back, right? But he's not supposed to, neither is she. So I think that they can both do content without having to worry about talking about their past relationship. Hell, it's been 2 years. Why would you continue to talk about your past relationship and it's been over 2 years? I do believe that both of them can come out here on social media and not talk about the past relationship. But I think where the problem is going to come in at is the supporters. The supporters are going to keep on, oh, he did this, oh, she did this, because they're not going to be able to let it die.
Right. That's just like when they tell you don't put your family or friends in your marriage, because you may tell your sister something about your husband, like, oh my God, he chewed this way, and that totally irritates me, and I just I'm mad at him. And then sister gets mad at him. It's like, why you chew like a horse? You just got to be yakking. It's a month later, y'all at Thanksgiving dinner. Sister brings up him chewing like a moo cow, and then you mad and like, why did you do that? Well, you told her that's what irritates you, you crazy person. So she hasn't gotten over it, but you have. This is the same thing.
Yeah,
we're the family that they put us in their marriage, and and some of the supporters are gonna be like, why you not? And and like she's over it.
Yeah, I actually believe that if they violate, then they will have to deal with the consequences. But I say, let's give them a fair chance. Let's give them a fair chance to breed, because at the end of the day, both of them still there. The kids are still belong to the both of them. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't think it's fair for us to continue to throw him up under the bus, and I don't think it's fair for his supporters to continue to throw her up under the bus. I think going forward, even though we know he's a narcissist, right? But he's getting off of social media. He said he's not even going to be on social media no more, right? So if he's not on social media, what can you get from him? You're not going to be able to get anything. He did go a long period of time really without being on social media. Yeah, he would throw little jabs here and there. And I think he did that just to appease his supporters. But in my opinion, I believe we're going to see Justin come back out with these girls. How much do y'all want to bet in the comments section that Justin, now that he knows there is no CPS, child services, no other damn order that tells him that the kids can't be online. How much do y'all want to bet that he's going to slowly start showing his kids with him so he can do daddy-daughter content?
Yep, they're going to be on the payroll or not on the payroll, working for free.
I believe those girls are going to come back on social media, which will prove that I'm protecting my daughter crap was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But he's definitely he's going to slowly bring those girls back on social media because he has no content without that. You know, he's tried the educational. It's boring. No one really pays attention. He gets low views. So he knows no one is checking for him for this chiropractor stuff. Those views are less to none. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So he knows that's not it. No one is checking for him. He barely gets 1,000 comments or whatever. But if he says something about Korra, he's going to get 100K likes. 100K views or more.
Yeah, he's definitely going to use the girls for content because, he can't use the tender plenty of fish, content.
Right. So I do believe that he's going to reintroduce the girls to his Facebook page so that he can make a few dollars because he knows that that's probably his only way that he can grow and, profit from that page.
Do you think he should share that the monies that he get from that content with Korra?
No, I do not. I believe that because he has 900,000 followers and she has 900 plus. I think that whatever monies that she makes, you have to put so much because they live in California. You have to put so much in a child's fund. Both of them do. And I think that they should, whatever content that they make off the children, but it can't be the main focus. So really he can't come out with daddy-daughter content, but he can go live and they can just shoot across the thing, or maybe he can give them a hug or something like that. But it can't be let me just let you see Junie ride her bike for 30 minutes. But that's just in the court orders. I believe eventually if they're both making money off the content, I don't think that neither one of them will trip on each other. I think the only reason why he was tripping in the first place because he felt like she was making money and he was not.
Yeah. And if they're both able to make money off of the girls and support the girls, I think that's the best for them, especially if they're putting it aside and have to by California state law. I would have worked that into the agreement as well. Like, hey, this has to be shown, and we have to have quarterly meetings or something to show that you have proof that you're actually putting this money aside for them.
Right.
Hey, do what you do and shoot, pow yourself in the foot.
Right.
I've been there. I've had one of them daddies. They do it to themselves. You don't have to do nothing.
Right. Yeah, you're right. And I do believe that he probably will strike himself in the foot. He's definitely still bitter. We know he's still bitter. He's still mad. He still feels the same way he felt a year ago about her. He still feels the same way as of the day before court. You know what I mean? And we saw that evidence through that video he came out here with of her. This is never going to end. I'm just going to give her the kids to see how she's going to do it because she's going to continue to harass me. That bullshit. So he's still putting all the blame on her. Somebody's going to antagonize her to death with 3 strikes. So I do believe that he is going to strike out, but I just don't think that, we should just let him do it. Don't help him is what I'm trying to say. Let him do it on his own.
Yes, ma'am. But that's all I wanted to say, Ms. Amora. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my little 2 cents. I'm going to let somebody else get up here and have their say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, babe.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Who do we have? Miss Monica. How are you? Oops. I'm sorry, Miss Monica. Miss Monica, Hello. Are you up here? Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's your thoughts?
Good. I want to say to everyone in the comments who have supported Korra, this long, and now you're turning, I'm not going to support her anymore. And, all of that, you weren't a true supporter to begin with, to me. Everything that Korra asked for is what she got. Y'all have to understand that she did a criminal, this was a criminal case, okay, for him violating the arrangements for the marriage decree, or the end of the divorce decree. Okay,
No,
so everything that she wanted.
This wasn't criminal, it was civil.
I'm sorry. I mean,
It
yeah, I'm
was-
sorry. It was civil. It was a
yes.
civil case. So everything that she wanted civil, I mean, for the civil case, that's what she got. And when she asked for money in that GoFundMe, she did not say that she wanted full custody. She didn't say she was going after him for things that she did not even know, we did not even know had happened yet concerning the girls. None of that was even on the table. Okay. So everything that she asked for civilly, thank you, she got. And so that's what she was fighting for. So as far as the criminal part of it, though, I really do believe that with people like Kim, who came out and she's gone and she's given them all documents and things like that, and Justin's being looked at, for different things of that nature, that's where the criminal side comes in. So with Korra, and I also believe that when she did change it, and she said she wanted full custody and legal, the legal rights, all of that. She only did that because that's what Justin did to her. But in the beginning, and even until probably now, she has always said, I want my children to have a relationship with their father. And she's always said that, so he should be in their life if he's doing right. And if he's not doing right, based on what we are hearing, it'll come out. It'll come out, and hopefully he will be dealt with. But had Korra gone to court saying, putting forth all these allegations, well, he did this and he did that, where's the proof? She'd be looking just as crazy as he did with all that crazy mess he had, because we can only go by hearsay right now, because no one is showing us anything. We're hearing it, but no one's really showing us like what CPS has, all of that information. So without Korra having evidence of stuff that's really going on like that, it'll be kicked out just like his stuff was kicked out, so, but I think that in time, those girls will be with their mother prayerfully.
Well, I agree with you as far as she definitely got what it is that she wanted. I think, and you're right with the legal custody. I think that she wanted legal custody so she wouldn't have to deal with him later on down the line when it came to making decisions when it comes to the girls. I believe personally that's going to turn around and bite her in the butt. She's going to wish that she did it. I'm going to say that my opinion, she's going to wish that she would have at least, if nothing else, got legal custody. And that's just primary custody, And then furthermore, we have to remember, the man came out and said he is mentally unable to care for his children. Did he not?
Absolutely.
So I think that she should have taken that into consideration and continue to force to pursue primary custody. He could still have access to his kids. He can still be around his kids. Most mothers do have primary custody. More mothers have primary custody than they do joint custody. So I do believe that she should have pursued that just based off his admission of being mentally unfit in the first place. But for whatever the reason, she chose not to go that route. And he probably said it after they've already written up the agreement and gave it to their attorneys.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing. There's a lot that was said like after the fact, so this hearing was specifically for what she asked for, and his crazy restraining order stuff, so like she can still go back on all of the other stuff, but still it's almost like, where's the proof? Because all we know is the hearsay. And yes, with Crystal, the pictures and the videos, things like that. That was also civil. It wasn't criminally, but I think that the state ends up going after you criminally, based on those pictures and things that she did with baby A. So things for
But
everybody.
So
I'm sorry.
he was never charged with that. We have to understand.
Correct.
Only Crystal. So he was never facing that. Now, I think that she would have used, I just had to get one of his nannies, a TPO on one of his nannies for what he did. That would have been brought up in court had they went to court. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So because they didn't go to court, the judge, that is not going to be heard.
Right. And yeah, it's not going to be heard. But then again, it was all.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I have to agree with you, and for some of the ones that's in the comments making statements, you have to understand, listen to this. He is the one that initiated the civil suit against her in the first place. And Absolutely. What he was asking for was full custody, legal and physical, no visitation. He was asking for child support. He was asking for her to pay some medical bill. And he was also asking for her to have up a bond for $10,000 when she traveled outside of the United States. And he was also asking the judge to make the kids not available to be on social media and for him to have access to their social media file. All of that is off the table. Now she's not facing having to lose custody, having to pay $10,000 bond, having to not take her kids to Nigeria. So basically, and it would have lasted longer than today. Everything that this man was asking for yesterday would not have all been solved yesterday. They would have heard a little bit yesterday, and then they would have had them come back another day on some other bull crap. So it still would have been a lingering case. Now it's closed, it's done. Yes, it may look like, she didn't get everything she asked for, but he didn't get not a damn thing that he asked.
He didn't get nothing.
Nothing.
And honestly, she did get what she asked for.
She got everything that she asked for except for legal custody. But like you said, Monique, the only reason why she was asking for legal custody, so she wouldn't have to deal with this stubborn mofo when it comes to doing things like getting a passport for her daughter.
And as far as that passport, Justin is stupid. Okay. He's real stupid. So she can make an appointment. Korra could have left that courthouse, went and made an appointment for them to go and do the paperwork for the passport. If he does not go, that's offense 1. She can remind him, hey, and then she can set an appointment for a week later or the next day. And if he doesn't, that's 2. And then if he does it again, that's 3. And that can be done in a whole week.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Not in a whole week, because the second one, that she would have to take him to court and get sanctioned. So sanction is, I don't know, about the Hurt twins. I've covered. He had a $50,000 contempt charge. So that has to take place first. So not a whole week. So the first violation, she warns him, Justin, I asked you to get the kid's passport signed, which I believe in my heart that he already did it, but that's just my own opinion. But I asked you to get Athena's passport signed because this is my week for Christmas and I want to take the kids to Nigeria. He doesn't do it, then sanction him, go to court. She doesn't need a lawyer. Sanction him, go to court. Then he will be held in contempt. He will have to pay a fee or go to jail, because isn't that what they told the Hurt twin dad, right? Pay a fee or go to jail. And that fee was $50,000. And then violation number 3, he doesn't pay the $50,000 or whatever sanction he gets. Once he violates that, then the third violation comes, and that's when he'll lose custody. Well, I'm not even going to say lose custody, because it does not say lose custody. It says rearrange custody or reevaluate custody is what it said. That's when the reevaluation of custody will take place after the third violation. So if he doesn't sign Athena's passport within 2 weeks, that's violation number 1.
Right. Exactly.
violation number one. Then
Exactly.
she take him to court, whatever court date. It may take a couple of months in LA to get a court date. They get a court date. He violate that. That's violation number 3. He doesn't pay that sanction. That's violation number 3. Excuse me. That's violation number 2 at first. He doesn't pay that fine. That's violation number 3. So if he doesn't get Athena's paperwork signed, or if he strike another one on her Facebook page, he's in violation. Period.
Violation. He's in violation, and there's a lot of stuff. Justin's gonna literally have to stay off social media in order to not violate what he's done. I mean,
Right.
you know, the stipulations of that, because of he has no content without Korra. He has no content without the girls.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know, so even if he came on and he had, I mean, the only reason people would watch is to see what he's doing, or just to see the girls come by, or maybe sit on his lap or play or whatever for a short second, and then that's it. But without that, Justin, he ain't got no content.
Right.
Not at all.
Let me read a couple of these comments. So I see Susie said, Korra had a GoFundMe and an army to pay and support her. He did not have the money she has. That's why he said, I can't afford this fight. No, that's not it. He got a lawyer too, Miss Susie. That's not it at all. He didn't do it because he knew that he had, when that nanny came out, he knew that that nanny was going to link up with Korra, and it was going to drown him, because he was going to have a bigger fish to fry if that nanny and Korra would have hooked up, and that's what he wanted to prevent. So Justin only settled out of court because he got a lawyer. We can't say he couldn't afford it because he didn't get a lawyer, right? So he got a lawyer. That is not why he didn't take it to court. He didn't take it to court because he never expected that nanny to come forth and say, you met me on Tinder, you brought me in your house, I moved in, I stayed for 8 months, I loved on you and did all this other stuff, and watched your kids, and you didn't know me from a can of paint. Okay. Yep. And now you can kick me out, and now you got another nanny that you met somewhere online living with you, and the same cycle is continuing on and on and on and on. Okay. So that's why he already had a lawyer. His lawyer actually went to court with him yesterday. His lawyer name is on this paperwork. So it's not he didn't have money to fight. He did have money to fight.
Yep. Because he had a GoFundMe, and he had the coffee thing, and his page up until recently was monetized. So every time everybody was going on there and he was having over 100K, views and stuff like that, he was still getting paid for that stuff. Don't let him tell you that it was minimal and it wasn't a lot. Yes, it was. He was getting paid, for all of that stuff. So
he probably paid his attorney $20,000 to $30,000, and Korra probably paid $20,000 to $30,000, or if not more, because she had 2 lawyers. So she probably paid that first one. We saw the first one. I think she said like $12,000 or $13,000 or something like that, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then this lawyer probably cost more. So he paid his lawyer, she paid her lawyer, which to me was a waste of money, because they could have both came to this agreement before. To be honest with you, they were, but he sued her. We have to not forget that he is the one that sued her, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna take my kids, or I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this." So he did that to appease his people. She countered him. We have to not forget that she countered him. He sued her.
Costs more to defend yourself.
It does cost more to defend yourself. Absolutely. It costs more. It costs nothing to sue someone, but it costs more to defend yourself.
Yep. It costs more to defend yourself. And actually, when you sue someone, most of the time, your attorney, based on what you get, they get paid on the back end if there's money involved.
Right. So with that said, he is the one that started this. See, he thought that she was going to settle out of mediation early on. He never thought her to go this far. He never thought she would go this far. He thought that she would just settle, and because he thought he still had control over her to a certain extent. You understand what I'm saying? So he thought that
she was going to do anything.
Exactly. And you remember when he talked, and we knew that because he didn't get a lawyer until when? Until after she won the case against Crystal. He wasn't even going to go get a lawyer because
that was July, August.
He thought he had more leeway than her. When she won against Crystal, that changed everything. That changed everything. That's when he saw, okay, she's not playing. And when he saw that she raised that money on GoFundMe, he knew then that she was not playing.
Yep. She wasn't playing, and neither were her supporters, because we've been seeing what he's been doing to her, for so many years. And I've been married, I've been divorced, and people don't even know unless they know us that we are divorced because of how amicable we are with each other. It wasn't always that way, but maybe it took us about a year. I had to go through therapy and everything, because our divorce was not just his fault, it was my fault too, and I had to learn some stuff that I didn't know about myself,
Right.
in order for us to be able to deal with each other where we're not biting each other's heads off, and we're like the best of friends now. Will I marry him again? Nope. But but we are good friends, and we do well with our children, and we 50-50 custody, everything. And anything that I decide to do, as far as the children, like if say one of my children came and said, I want to model or do this and that, and I want them to do it, I have the right to let them do it, and I don't have to consult him. And then, but if it's anything like concerning their health, or their education, or their well-being, as far as like things that may hurt them physically, stuff like that, then yes, we have to consult each other. But but basically I have the freedom to do so, and it's because of the relationship he and I have, and vice versa. Yeah. So it just depends on the relationship that you have with that spouse, and because I know he's not going to do anything that's going to hurt our children, and he knows the same thing. But with Korra and Justin, child, I wouldn't trust that to do nothing.
Knows. I actually believe that Justin knows without a shadow of a doubt that he has a good baby mom. He knows that. He was married to.
He has to know.
For him, she cared for those kids. Listen, he didn't start complaining about her being not a good person until after this ordeal happened on social media. Listen, the reason why this man is still tripping out to this day, because he knows he lost something. When men still trips 2 years later, they know they lost a good thing. For whatever reason, Justin thought that she was a bad person. He wouldn't even be tripping on her like that. The reason why he still has a picture up in his house right now is because he knows that he lost a good woman, a good wife, a good mother to his children, a good mate. He knows that. And I would say that with much confidence. He knows that he lost a good thing. And that's why he's been constantly trying to replace her. You ain't seen him go out and get no Becky, no none of that. He's trying to get another Korra. That's why he's dating these women from these other countries or whatnot. He wants another Korra. He wants someone that's going to look good, sex him good, cook for him, clean up behind him, take care of his children. That is what he's looking for.
And the funny thing is that, well, it really ain't funny, but he always says how when someone is in his comments and they're like, I want to, no, he's like, I like Black women. That's who I'm attracted to, because they're like, well, why don't you date in your own race? And I'm just like, well, Justin, when you turned 31 and you saw Korra? Because before then you weren't.
Yeah.
He's attracted.
He's attracted to Korra. He likes how he admitted himself, Korra treated him like a king. You understand what I'm saying? So Korra even came out here herself and said, I spoiled him, I took care of him, I did this for him, I did that for him. So she took care of him like like a lot of American women don't. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We don't do what a lot of women do that's not living here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say? You know, we
Right.
we can do
Because
better.
I
Right?
tell you what,
Better, but
the reason he hadn't been with nobody like Korra or Black period here in the States is because the stuff you did to Korra and that you're doing to these other Black women from somewhere else, the
you
Black
can
women in the States, you could never,
never, ever,
you
ever
could
in your
never,
life, in your life, in
honey,
your life.
that whole duplex would be towed up.
Girl, we would have been in court the day before, sitting there waiting for the judge. We wouldn't even gave them the time of the day to talk to them. Once we already got the money and paid the lawyer, it ain't no turning back. You can't
Yep.
tell us agree. No, you should agree 2 years ago. We in our
Yep.
feelings, we taking it all the way to the judge.
Yep. And actually, our brothers and uncles would have had you paying what you needed to pay a long time ago, because all they would have done was pulled up. So it's not
Exactly.
we different. We're not the same, and he knows that. And I call him it all the time. What he thought when he got Korra is that I call him the modern day slave master, because what he thought when he got her was she was supposed to be here. She was going to make all the money and he was going to do whatever he wanted to do with it. He was going to have her barefoot and pregnant and still making all the money. And he was going to be able to go out, do whatever he wanted to, blah, 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 blah. And because she was by herself, no one to talk to, no one, she was going to believe him and she was going to do everything he said because that's all she knew.
Right.
That's all she knew. And so he's going after people, not necessarily in that same mindset, but a lot of them come from the same type of background where they think that when they come to America, they see these blue-eyed people and they think that they're just the best thing since sliced bread, and you ain't.
Right. Absolutely. Well, we know that.
Yeah,
But
we know that.
It's 3 actually now, but thank you for your input. I do appreciate it so very much. And let me just say this before you get off. Thanks for even coming up and saying what you said. I am still going to support Korra. I would never throw her to the wolves over this. I still support her. I like her positivity. I love her content. I like the way she lives out loud. I support her continuing to live out loud. And if ever we need to come back and address his violations, we will do so. I'm going to continue to support Korra. I'm not going to hold nothing against Korra whatsoever. And if her flying monkeys come after her, then we're going to continue to go after them. Period.
Absolutely.
We're not
Absolutely.
backing down off
Absolutely.
them jokers. They come for her. We coming for them. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Amora, thank you so much for your platform. I want to say that I am a subscriber. I think I have 2 different pages set up. So depending on which phone I get on, you may not be able to see that I am. But I just want to say thank you because you open a lot of women's eyes up to notice a lot of stuff about these men. And it's a good thing that you're here and that you're doing this. And I try to share you out, and especially on Facebook, because I'm not on YouTube until I see you pop up. But I try to share you out, just because people need to be more aware. Everybody's situation is not the same, and people are going to go through different things. But all these different relationships that you're putting out on here, they're the same but different. So
the same but different.
Yeah, but they're the same but different. So being able to get on here and see all these similarities, even though they're different situations, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. And so I appreciate you for holding this platform and doing this for us.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate you too. Okay. And thanks for being a supporter.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. You guys have an amazing night.
Thank you so much. You too, baby. I think it was Cheryl. You are next up, baby. Hey, Cheryl, what's going on? Oh, let me unmute you. Cheryl, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I do. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Before you start talking, let me just thank you so much, because it's been plenty of mornings I will wake up and see coffees from you. So I just want to say thank you so very much for your support. I do appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. I enjoy your show, right? And I actually agree with the young lady that stepped down. I love your panel, and I love what you stand for.
Thank
And I kind of been listening and reading the chat, and I just think everybody kind of needs to calm, right? I think for me, I when I first heard this, I thought, oh my God, how could she do this? But I know who I am, and I know me, and it's different from her, right? I can go for the jugular. I can get revenge. That is just who I can be if you wrong me, right? Everybody is
you.
not like that, right? Some people really do try to find the good. You burn me once, you burn, right? I'm burned. And it's hard for me to recover from that. But people are different. And I absolutely agree. Everything that man asked for, he did not get. Everything she asked for,
Right.
she did get, with the exception of legal custody. And I think we all got to be mindful.
Cheryl, I'm so sorry. Hold on 1 second. Let me just address this one person. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Miss Susie, Miss Susie, Miss Susie. It is very clear that you don't like Korra, and it's okay. It's absolutely okay. You don't have to. But we're no dummies, okay? We're no dummies. You're over here trying to convince us that she's full of it, this, that, and the other. We don't feel the way you feel, okay? Now, you may feel a little funny sitting amongst people that actually support her. And I think that you're trying to change our mind. And I'm just here to tell you that you cannot, okay? Now you're saying she's saying that her page is suspended and is not. The thing about it is she's posting on her stories on Instagram. When you post on your story on Instagram, it automatically posts on your story on Facebook. So if you came with a little bit more knowledge or more facts, people may believe you or even entertain you. But when you come with rubbish, foolish stuff that don't make no sense and no facts, you look kind of crazy in the comments, okay? You're saying wake the F up because you want us to have the amount of hate and dislike in our hearts for a young lady that you have, okay? Now, Miss Susie, you look like a grandmother, and I am a grandmother too. I would just say to you, if you hate this young lady that much, that's a you problem, not a her problem. So it would behoove you to go and work on your heart, okay? Go take a walk, go to the beach, sit in the park, say a couple of prayers, do something and ask yourself, why do I hate this young lady so much? I'm sure she never did anything to you, okay? So again, that's a you problem, not anybody else problem. You're sitting amongst people that do not share the same beliefs, the same thought process, or anything that you do, that you share. Now, you may want to either exit the building or you can stay and sit down and listen and enjoy the love. Okay? All right, go ahead, Cheryl. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I just think people need to stop and think. Facebook and court are two different things, right? And I hear people say she could have done this. I would have taken those children for him. The way I see it, neither one of those really had enough evidence to really take a child from the other.
That's correct.
It is all, I hear things. I heard somebody say, oh, he do this to Junie, he do this. This is all speculation. There's not an ounce of proof that somebody can lay down in a court and say, all of this happened and here's the proof. And they say, I'm going to take those children from Korra. I'm going to take those children from Justin. And I think people need to be mindful. I just hear all kind of crazy things. And all of it is just what that is, hearsay. She had an attorney. I'm sure her attorney had to advise her. He had an attorney. And it sounds like they both had pretty decent ones. And I've actually been in a ugly divorce. And when those two lawyers get together, they will tell you, right? We can probably get this. We probably won't get that. So you have to kind of come to some kind of agreement so that you can kind of get some of what you want. You can't assume she's going to walk away and get every single solitary thing she asked for. Because the way I saw it, the only thing he got is the opportunity to still see his girls. And I think people forget those girls love their dad. Regardless of what people say about them, they love their dad and they love their mom. And I think the decision she made was for those girls, and she did not want to tarnish that relationship. And I think if he is a monster that I think he is, it will show itself in time. Yes, it will show out in time.
Come out at the time it needs to, because
yes,
because they're so young right now, they won't see the monster
exactly.
anymore. But trust, when they become teenagers and they're able to more understand how life works, they will clearly see it. But you got to think, on top of what you said, Cheryl, the fact that mommy taking the kids out of his life will look bad for mommy. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? But him walking away on his own or something like that, or even the courts taking him away, that's a different ballgame. And let me double down on what you said. Even though we, the people, we the Facebook people, the YouTube people, the social media people, we may see things that he's doing and we don't like it. But legally, neither one of them had legs to stand on. Even the no eyes, okay? Because guess what? If OJ got off with what he got with, right?
Right.
Then it's no way we can say, oh, she could have held him accountable for what Crystal did and he could have got in trouble. Well, it could have been an argument, but trust me, his lawyer, that's what they get paid for, would have found a loophole. And the loophole would have been, it didn't happen on my watch. I did not know it. I did not agree.
Exactly.
I did not authorize her to do that. Okay? I distanced myself from her. Whatever the case may be, a good attorney would have got him out of that. I'm just going to be straight up honest. A good attorney would have gotten him out of that with the quickness. You got to think, if OJ got off, Justin would have got off as well. Okay?
And I want to say, she even said on her live, she alluded to there were still some things outstanding, right? She didn't just say it was final. She said, this is just the beginning of the journey. There's still some stuff still left to do. So nobody know what that is, right?
Now, I hear that. Now, which live did she say? Because I tried to listen to most of it. I didn't listen.
The live that she did the day of court. She alluded that everything was not final. She said that in her live. And I know how that feels, because my mom and dad was that way. My mom would never say anything about my dad, right? Now, I could hear her in the background say little slick shit, but of course I would be mad because I thought he was all of that. It took me to be until I was about 17 to really need him to be there, and he wasn't. And until this day, we do not speak, because she never said a word. She just allowed me to figure out who he really was. Right. And I did. Until this day, we do not. I can pass by that man right now and not speak to him. Right.
Wow.
Because I found out who he really was. I found out that typical narcissist man that he is, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is why I know what my temperament would be trying to put up with him. But me and her, two different people. Easygoing, I get it, right? I would have hung him out to dry if I could have, right? But she's trying to do what I absolutely agree with you. I think she's doing the best in. And I think people saying she threw the GoFundMe away, you know, she need to give people their money. If you gave for a particular reason, if it was just for her to be happy, a happy person with her children, I think she accomplished that. I really do, right?
I mean, to be honest, she beat, you know, because I don't know how many times I can reiterate this. She won, you guys. And the reason why I say she won is because what he was asking for. He didn't get none of it.
Correct.
Not one of it. He didn't get not one thing. He's the one that wanted things changed. She didn't want things changed. Now she wanted to post her children, and she also wanted to take her child to Nigeria, right? But he didn't. He wanted that order changed. He wanted that order to be in his favor, and it was not. So that's why I say she won. But I want to further say this, because I see a couple of people in the comments. Justin or Korra, neither one of them are perfect, just like we're not perfect, just like no couple I talk about are perfect. It's okay to support a non-perfect individual. You want to know why? Because we're not perfect. Nobody is perfect, right? And I saw some comments say, oh, y'all just want her to be right, 100% right. Right on what? Right on what? The thing about it is you can support Korra even if you don't agree with her all the time. You can support her. You can support Justin even if you don't always agree with him. You can support whoever that you want to support. You know, but what I don't think that you should do is try to change somebody else's mind on who they support. And I think that's what Justin supporters are doing in here now. They're trying to come over here like, wake up, people, wake up what? If we want to support Korra because we are women and we know what women go through and we seen what this man did to her on this internet, if we want to support her for that alone, we should be able to do that without you guys saying, wake up. If you guys want to go over there and count every transgression you think that she did, then do that. But we see a man that tried to get over on a woman, take advantage of a woman, leave a woman out to dry, take a woman children from her because she's not an American, because that's why he tried to do it. He know they wouldn't have been able to fly if she was an American. He did that because he thought she was going to fold. So if we want to support her and still be here to support her even after everything, then allow us to do that. We wouldn't come over there and tell you, wake up, guys, wake up. She's not perfect. Wake up. No one says she's perfect. We're going to support a non-perfect mofo. How about that?
I know everybody's hooking on the nannies, right? How do we even know the nanny made a CPS report? Where's the proof, right? The other nanny is dropping all these things, but what is she really showing? Okay, he kept a nasty house, right? What else can she prove, right? So I think
that it would have, if needed, it would show that he doesn't have sound judgment when it comes to properly providing child care services for your children. Meeting people online and not vetting them is not in the best interest of the kids. Now, maybe he won't do that going forward. Who knows? But that ain't wise. And if CPS was involved, that can be, I believe that he will get in trouble for that. You know, because that's just like, but let's think about it for a second. Did we
but
not?
They won't take his children though, Amora, right?
No,
even if they found out he had women going in there, that's still no reason that they would say, okay, we're going to snatch her right as their dad. No. Now, they might put stricter guidelines on taking visits to his home and all of that kind of stuff, but it's still not enough to take his children away from him. I don't see anything between either one of those people. And I hear people say it all the time. She needs to take it. She needs 100% custody. Neither one of them can prove that. Neither one of them, based on what I've seen.
That's true. Now, neither one of them can prove neglect without a reasonable, neither one of them can 100% prove neglect. It's always a loophole in that, unless you are a drug user, you are a SA, or you are physically abusing that child.
Right.
And I had a sister determined not just by, she said this, she said that. No, it's going to have to take counselors or doctors or therapists and people like that to actually even come up with that conclusion.
Yeah. And I mean, it is hard to do. I had a sister in a domestic situation, right? He would beat her in front of her kids. CPS would go to her house and they would put those children right back in that house. The only reason those children were not in that house is because I went over there and we like to have a knockdown drag out. I said, I'm pulling these kids out until you get it together, right? And I pulled them. They moved in with me. She stayed with that joker for another 2 years until she got it together and she left. And that is when those kids went back to her. But CPS went in those houses. All she would say is, did this happen? No, right? The kids didn't want them separated. So I know it's when we're on Facebook looking at stuff and reading all the stuff, it is just that we are reading all of this stuff, right? Nobody has showed anything in black and white. And I just think people need to kind of calm down, step back. And in my opinion, they both won, right? Is he a narcissist? Yes. Will he show himself? Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Amora. Yes, he will. They can't help themselves. He will.
Yeah. I don't believe that they both won. And let me just. Well, no, he didn't get what he asked for. He wanted.
Well, yes. I mean, when it comes to the kids, I mean, when it strictly comes, because to me, it's what's good for the kids. I mean, when it comes to the kids, they both won. You're right. He got nothing what he wanted. But as far as the kids,
I still don't think, even for the kids, he still didn't. I don't think he won because he didn't get nothing what he asked for.
Well, full custody. Yeah, full custody.
He didn't want the kids to.
Yeah.
Everything that he didn't want, he didn't. Right. Okay. The reason why I don't think that he won is because it was him. We can't forget that. It was him, the one that did not want her to have the kids on social media. It was him that did not want Athena to go to Nigeria. It was him that did not want her to still have custody of her children. You understand what I'm saying? So he didn't win.
But you don't think he did that for his flying monkeys? Because everything he was dingling at her is what I saw folks saying. He need to take her children. She don't deserve visitation. If she take them out of the country, she won't come back. I just think he was feeding all of those people because he should have known he was not going to take her children away from her. I think he did that because I saw somebody said they did a silent GoFundMe for him. They were doing copies for him, and to keep his money in, he was saying exactly what they wanted to hear. He knew he wasn't going to take that away from her.
Let's go a little further. He didn't win because listen.
Well,
wait a minute. Listen to this. Look at the damage he did before October the 23rd. He struck her page at least 10 times we know of. So that stopped money, and that is potential for her to lose an 8-point-something million page, right? That's one thing. Two, so he was able to do that image right protection to be able to strike the page. That's one. And then Athena still have not been able to go outside the country with her. She had to pay money to get her dad to come here, not once, but twice, if not 3 times. So he was still able to punish her, and now he's no longer able to do that.
Well, that's
so
true.
He didn't win. Him winning would have been, okay, I can still torture you by messing with your money and your business, because you got to think, her Facebook is her employment. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's her business. That's her money. It says in this agreement, he cannot mess with her money. He cannot mess with her employment, her job, her business. It says it in here somewhere. Let me find it right quick.
And I know, but I hear you say that, but what about the flying monkeys? They can still report, can't they? Can't they still do that?
Reporting does not, listen, see, that's the thing. Reporting does nothing. They can report you all day long. It takes your content off temporarily, but they look at it. And if you're in violation, they keep it off. If you're not in violation, they put it right back on. Okay. So she was in violation because when they reported, he claimed image protection. And that's why her page is the way it is. Like, I got image protection on mine. Seasoned salt got me, okay? When I shared her photos on my page, she got me like 6 or 7 times in one day. And that's why my page was restricted for those 20-something days. You understand what I'm saying? You cannot just go, if a person claims a photo in which he claimed the girls, and she posted and he strike it, that's a strike against her. So now he's no longer able to do that. because he would be in violation.
Right.
He would be in violation.
And
So
I'm gonna just close with this and step down because I see there's other people waiting. And I read the comments and I know people saying, if she did the stuff he did, people would be losing their minds. He had all these women coming in and out and all of that. I get it. Do I think it's wrong? Yes. Do I think it's a bad look? Yes. Do I think, CPS could maybe, kind of get on him and make it more restrictions or come to visit? Yes. But I still don't think nothing that man has done. And I kid you not, I look at the guy sometime and think, man, he need the right sister, right? but but I still don't think he did anything that would have had his children taken away. Just like I don't think she did anything to have them. And that's all I wanted to say. I love your show. I love listening to you. I love the support you give us women when we have these bad men. Keep doing what you're doing. You rock, girl.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you, Cheryl, once again.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Who do we have? TT or who came up first? I think it's Kiva. Kiva, what you got, baby?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you so much. So good to talk to you again, Amora.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, I was in the middle of separating laundry while I was listening in. If I sound a little out of breath, but I just wanted to put a little input and bring back what Korra said on one of her lives when she first started utilizing the GoFundMe for her legal representation, right? Because yes, as the previous lady said at first, I was like, what? Wait a minute, what? No, you didn't fight. Like, that's it? But yes, she did get everything that she wanted. However, I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel she protected the girls as much as she could, right?
Okay.
And she spoke of that. Now, I don't know what was discussed between the attorneys and both parties, right? As far as those photos, no, that wasn't anything direct. Could have showed neglect, right? But was it brought up? I'm all for, yes, every child deserves both parents. In the beginning, how Cora felt, no, I want my girls to have their father in their lives. But that right there with those photos, me personally, that just draws the line. And it was proof that he allowed it. That was proof. Now, it wasn't enough to take the kids away, but how do we know it could have opened up an investigation? And I will add, I believe that's what's going on behind the scenes because Korra spoke of having more, I believe 3 attorneys on her live.
The live last night?
No. This was a live when she was outside and she was squatting down in front of her Jeep. And this was a while back when she first started utilizing the GoFundMe money. And she said, I can't say much. And she said, I got attorneys. I had to get different attorneys for this and that. It's not just one attorney. I'll find the live for you and email it to you. But she did speak of having multiple attorneys.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my only input on it. Is I personally, and I'm still going to support Korra. I supported her, contribute to the GoFundMe. I'll continue to contribute to another GoFundMe to go back to court. I just like her as a person and a woman and a mother. Okay. However, if I just felt this should have been more initiation on protecting the girls. As a father, just being an a-hole, okay, if a dad is an a-hole, okay, yeah, the girls could figure it out. But, and I don't know if I can say this, but that abuse of the or nakedness, that's something totally different. And that's just my opinion. I don't know if it was initiated. I don't know if it's being worked on. But yes, she did get what she asked for, but I don't feel that she fought for her girls if that's not going on behind.
Well, you don't think she fought for her girls by getting Crystal a TPO, like she has to stay away? Or do you think that she should have did criminal for Crystal? Because what do you think that should have happened to Justin because of that? Can you hear me? Kiva. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Did we lose Kiva?
It sounds like it.
Can you hear me, Amora?
Is this you, Kiva?
This TT. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you, TT. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I can hear you too. Oh, no, I think someone, Kiva. So you just asked a great question and I want Kiva to answer it. I'm going to stop talking.
I don't think she's up. I think Kiva, her circle turned white. So I don't know. I'm going to remove you and you may have to catch the link to come back up because I don't see, she may have gotten a phone.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead though, because I don't think she's up here anymore.
Okay. So what you just said is a great segue as to why I came back. When Monica, I think it was Monica or Monique, when she was up here, she said, for all of you all saying you're done with Korra, you wasn't true Korra supporter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not fair for her to say because people not only love Korra, people also love those girls, right?
Okay.
And then people are looking at it as though, just what Kiva said, nothing in this fight just now screams protection of those babies, right? And yes, what the other caller said, she was spot on. We're just basing it off of things that we see on Facebook, right? She's 100% right. You can't even argue with that because we don't know them outside of Facebook. However, the things that we've seen is things that has actually happened, not things that we're making upset like they do with Korra. She feeds those girls noodles 1 time a day. We only see her 2 times a day, right? You don't know what she's feeding them girls outside of it. But the things that we see with those girls is things that we actually see with that's actually happened. Crystal and those pictures was not a figment of our imagination. When Justin had baby A on that couch and baby A was playing with his drawstring, and when her hand grazed his private area and he squeezed his leg together and held Athena in place so she wouldn't move, and then popped Junie on the behind to distract her so she wouldn't look to see what he was doing, we saw that. That wasn't a figment of our imagination, right? So now you see those things, and each time you see where Korra could have went hard and got them girls to safety because they're safe with her. That's why people's emotion is no time to breathe when it comes to your children and protecting them, right? So for her to tell people you're not a true supporter because you're ready to give up, because it's about the children. What should have happened to Crystal? What should have happened to Justin? Forget my children have a relationship with their father. My children will not have a relationship with their father if their father put them in a position where a stranger came in and I'm looking at my 2-year-old daughter crying, no eyes. There's no way he should still have those kids.
That's right.
But
I'm
it's not.
sorry.
Was saying, I actually think that's what Cheryl was saying. In America, that's still not enough reason for them to take your kids.
But the thing is, it's not enough if it was the first time, Amora. I agree. If it was the first time, it would not be enough. However, this is the exact same thing that he had to fight. The video I was just talking about him holding Athena, he won it. He was able to, I don't know how he did it, but it's still there, right? So now here's another thing, another instance. But then you use another person and it happened on your watch. So now he's becoming a repeat offender. There's a difference, right? The first time he already received the slap on the hand. They already received the random urines. They already did the parenting classes. So they already received the slap on the wrist. But now he's showing that he's a repeat offender. Now, the next time it happens, guess what? We will never know because now he's going to become slicker with it. Those kids are not safe when they're with that man. And to say, and I'm disappointed in you too. I'm sorry to say it, Amora, when you said by the time they're teenagers, they're going to know what this man is. No, they're not. He got them at a vulnerable stage. They're moldable now. So by the time they're teenagers, guess what? They're going to think this is how I'm supposed to be treated. I'm supposed to have different men and women revolving in and out of my life. No stability. They're going to think this is the way of life because he got them at a young age where they're moldable.
Well, you know why I said what I said? Because, and I hate to even bring his name up, so I won't say his name, but the other case that we go over, right?
Yeah.
Daughter was so in love with him when he was a kid. We seen the pictures, we seen them singing and this, that, and the other. She said she didn't really find out that her daddy was the way he is until she went and moved in with him, right? And when she moved in with him, she seen basically, I'm going to say, the monster in him, okay? And that changed her view of him because she said before then, she thought he was damn near perfect, remember?
Mm-hmm.
When a narcissist, when you are a child, they love you as a child because they're able to trick you and fool you. But once you become older, like a teenager or even older, they start to see the bullshit that you do, the manipulation that you do. They won't be able to tell at no 4 and 5 years old. That's why they so in love and this, that, and the other. But narcissists don't just stop being narcissists when you become teenagers. You understand what I'm saying? The person that, like the child, let's just say the child start noticing their parents' narcissistic ways when they're older. They won't be able to notice it now. They won't notice it at all. But they'll catch on once they are older, once they start learning. They're like, wait a minute, this is not how, because you got to understand right now they're just under their parents' guidance, right? But when they get older and they branch out and they see other people's parents treating them this way or that way, this way, they realize and figured it out like, wait a minute, no, my dad is a narcissist. My mom is a narcissist. So that's why I say that as a child, narcissists love kids because kids can be easily manipulated. But as you get older and older and older, it's harder and harder and harder for someone to trick you, fool you, and manipulate you.
But think about what you said. You said that young lady moved in at an older age. She wasn't young. She was with her mama probably and didn't, all she knew was daddy, 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 because he probably only showed her the good side. But then when she moved in at an older age, she already knew the right from the wrong, the good from the bad, right? So there's a difference. And see, with the age that their kids are now, that's a dangerous game to play. That's a dangerous game to play.
Are you saying that you think that if the kids are damaged at a younger age, then they just gonna grow up damaged? Because I'm a witness that that's not true.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is, as a child, like say for instance, the manipulation and stuff that he does. Now, let me ask you this. Do you believe that he loves his kids? And I know that's subjective, but
I do believe he loved the kids the way he knows how to love. I do believe I don't think he has the ability to love unconditionally. I don't think he has the ability to love a genuine type of love, but I do believe the way he knows how to love, he loves them, right? But I believe his needs comes before his children. And I believe, and that's just based off of what I see. Off with him not eat. Okay, preschool is not mandatory, right? However, who wouldn't want that for their children if you could afford it, right?
Well, you want to know why he does that though? Because he knows Korra is going to pay for it. He knows they got a good woman. So he knows that if he don't pay, she will.
Yeah, when you said that, I agree. I was like, that's right. That you made a great point with that. That was a good point. However, there's still nothing to be happy about. She may be gloating like, yeah, he missed this. That's nothing to gloat about. Just leave it alone. Don't play with him. Don't play his games with him. If he miss you, that's his bad. Don't play his games with him. If he know you gonna pay it because he knows you're a good woman, don't freaking pay it. Let him pay. She has to, just like she needs to put her big girl panties on now and woman up. She needs to let him man up, because his mama probably did that to him. And so she's doing that to keep him. She knows he's an angry person. She knows he's a very hostile person. And so she probably does things to keep him calm. So when the girls go over there, they won't get the wrath, right? Because she even said in his evidence that he presented, he showed that she said she has a panic attack every time she drops the kids off to him. Now the question is, this is nothing that we're making up. This is what he put in his evidence. The question is, why would you want your kids to go over there if you're having a panic attack every time you drop them off? What is the cause of the panic attacks? Why would you if you're having a panic attack because of what you think is happening to your children, could it possibly be happening? Why would you do that? Why would you take a gamble with your children like that?
Yeah. So what do you suggest she should have done?
Press charges against his ass for neglect. She should have, whatever she should have done, either through CPS or with the courts, whoever, he should have been tied in with the case with Crystal, because it happened in his house. And he repeatedly said he gave her permission. He repeatedly said she was his nanny. First it was his nanny, then it was his mama's friend. He should have been tied in to teach his butt a lesson. And then that way he would have been supervised by by social services, making sure those girls are safe and well taken care of. If that would have went on for a year, at least she would have known her girls were safe for a year. Because why is she having a panic attack every time she drops her kids off?
Yeah.
Why did she have to question her daughter about him possibly touching her? Right?
Right.
I have boys, but it still happens to boys. I've never had to question their father about that. Never. That thought never even crossed my mind that he was touching them. And then for him to say, Baby J is looks like the type of my type. The hell?
Well, Trump said about his daughter. He said that about Ivanka. Is that her name? Ivanka, something like that. He said that if she wasn't his daughter, he would date her. I mean,
what a comparison. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. I understand what you're saying.
But can I say something to that real quick?
Yes, go ahead. Hey, Lakeisha. What's
Hi,
going on?
Amora. How are you?
Hey, baby. I'm good.
Girl, I love what you're doing up here. You already know I'm a big supporter. You do your thing. It's always so entertaining, and I just love it here. But I just wanted to say, I totally agree with a lot of the things that the women are saying up here, right? I do. And even the outcome of what happened with Korra. Yes, you guys, we're American, right? We would have we would have fought differently. But I just want to give you guys just a little different insight of an African woman, okay? Because I'm married to an African man. He's from Niger. Niger and Nigeria share the same border. I'm around tons of Nigerians and tons of Nigers. Like this how it is. If you see Korra's dad, if you can just remember how they begged him not to put the marriage on there, so that that little piece right there, I want you to understand the importance of a man or a husband in the African culture, right?
I'm sorry, Amora, can you block that Jada lady? She's talking about saying that Papa Obidi was touching Korra. And she's in the comment section right now.
So she has mods, I think, down there.
Amora.
I see. Hold on. I'm reading. I gotta look for it.
So
I'm sorry, y'all. This is Kiva. Can y'all hear me? I just want to know that real quick.
Yeah,
I
we can hear you.
can.
Okay. Well, I'm back, but I'll go back on mute.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This
I
is
was just
Monica. I'm here too. So
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to just give a quick, like, other thought, like, in an African sort of way. So, like, when they, just the importance of the husband, and how their culture is different. So, yes, us up here, us American women, y'all already know, we would have been like, oh, heck to the no, we would have ran this a little differently. Now, Cora has came to America, and yes, she's been here a while, y'all, but the core of her heart of her is African. Her it's an African woman. So
Right.
when she is going up against Justin, that's why it's hard for her to do it with the fight thing with him. And she easy where we like, girl, fight, because we pushed her to, we us Koreans, we are like, get him. But like where he can get her to kind of submit a little bit, because even the father, like a lot of in that culture, when kids are 7 years old, if your parents split, you go with dad. You know what I'm saying? Like my husband, if me and my husband was to split, my son's 7 right now. You know what I'm saying? My husband would, now here I'm telling you in America, no, but I'm just saying in Africa, my son will be going with his dad. So, and that's just the importance of the dad. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for her to try to like fight him, the way that we would fight him, because that's just not how it is at her core. And you got to remember, we're backing her up and we're saying things to her as Americans, but the people that she's close to, Nancy, her dad, these are African people who are saying, okay, well, is he saying, well, let's, that is their dad. So this is this and this and that. You know what I mean? She's not an American woman. You know what I mean? She is an African woman. So I just want y'all to say, I'm not saying that, she should not have done this or she should not have done that, because a lot of things, yes, I would have done differently. But I just wanted to let you know, like in her mind, she's not thinking that type of rah rah fight that we would do. They back down a lot to their husbands, especially when it's the father of their children. The father of the children is so very important. They don't even have that thought where it's like, oh, what, the dad don't take care of the kids? Like, what do you mean? Like, no, the dad has to. You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, my husband would be like, when I told my husband I was like, I didn't really grow up knowing my dad, he was like, what do you mean you didn't know him? Like, you didn't know him? Like, where was he at? And I'm like, yeah, like he wasn't around. And he's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. So, that doesn't really happen that much in their culture. So he's probably, and Justin knows this, y'all. Justin
Yeah.
knows, Justin knows the importance of husbands and fathers in her culture. He knows. He knows what to say. He knows how to hit. That's why a lot of times he would deal with Nancy. That's why a lot of times he would deal with the dad. He knows what to do. He's very manipulative. So,
Very
I,
manipulative. And another thing, I think that he probably pushed it. Now, this is just my opinion. He probably pushed it all the way this far just to snatch the plug, just so her supporters can turn against her. Because what does narcissists don't? They don't like their supply to have supporters.
yes, they don't. They do not. They don't like it. They don't.
They try to disconnect the supporters away from that person as much as possible. They try to ruin it so that they can go full speed ahead and manipulate.
Just like their own family. They want to do it with their own family. They want to keep their family away. That's their plug. So,
Exactly.
I just wanted
Exactly.
to give everybody just a thought, because I've seen a lot in the chat like, oh, she should have did that. She should have did that. And I'm not, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just trying to get you to see where maybe her mindset might have been a little bit more of that African sort of thinking, where it's like, okay, he said this, because and her dad always wants the best. Cora's dad always wants the best for her. So that's what she's thinking. Like, okay, I know he's doing me like that, but that's their dad. He's gonna, that's just that's just in her core. You know what I mean? Like she just didn't grow up with the same mindset as we is. And she hasn't even been here for like, 20, 30 years. You know what I mean? She's only been here. How many years has Cora been in America?
I don't know. But Nancy has specifically called Dustbin a pedophile. So I know if you know, that, oh, but that's their father. Nancy, I can only imagine Nancy's not, oh, but that's their father, he should still be around or in their life. She's totally against that. And Korra looks up to Nancy. And I just wanted to say too, because I don't have much more to say, because the caller before that came after me, you said exactly what I was going to say before I got disconnected. I don't know her name.
Monique, or is this
Monique.
Yeah, she's back up here actually. Monique, are you back, or is that a different Monique? I think
No,
it's
no, this is Monica James. I'm actually creatively.
No. The one who was talking
I
about
have both names. I have two
having the
accounts.
kids out
yeah.
away from Justin.
Me, Latanya.
Yeah, you said it. You came right after me before I don't know how I was on here, but anyway, I agree. Korra got her ways, where I was saying Korra got
Hello?
what she wanted, but who cares what you
I can't
want
hear.
with
Go ahead.
being on with having the girls on social media? Those
Did
girls need
something
to be
happen? I couldn't
protected.
hear anyone. The sound is gone.
We can hear you.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Kiva.
Kiva.
Yeah, I was just saying that when I was had my turn, that's all I wanted to elaborate on was, I don't feel, she said before,
Did Kiva leave?
can y'all hear me?
No, she's still
Yeah,
there.
we can hear you. I think it's
Okay,
Monica. Go ahead.
thank you.
Monica, hold on, let me say something. Monica, I think that you need to go out and come back in, Monica. Monica, drop down, and I'm gonna drop the link and come back up, Monica, because yours is off a little bit. You can't hear us. Go ahead, Kiva.
Thank you, Amara. Yeah, so with that video I was talking about, where she says she has multiple lawyers. So I'm just going to give her the benefit of the doubt that she is working on that part. Um, but if not, I do feel that that part was left out of protecting the girls completely. That's my personal opinion.
Okay. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with having that opinion. That's
Hmm.
one thing I will say, all opinions are welcome, and we have to
Of
learn
course.
how that everybody's not going to feel the same way. Everybody's not going to think the same way. Everybody's not going to accept the same thing. But I will say, Lakeisha, you just made me you literally just gave me some insight, because even I was saying I would have handled it different, but you just put something on me. She's not an American woman. She is an African woman, and they do things differently. So a lot of us in here are American, and yeah, we know how we would respond, how we would act. So we do have to take that in consideration and say, culturally, that is not how they handle things. And that's something that I did not take into consideration, because I
But
was
you
like,
have a lot of African people that come on the panel that,
And they're deep with it, Amora. It's not like just, oh, you say, I'm talking about, it is deep within it's almost, it's almost law, you know what I mean, like it's embedded with them, with their husband. That's why a lot of them that's why a lot of them want to come, like in certain parts of Africa, they want to come to America, because the husband is the golden fit. I mean, he has the golden fist, you know what I mean. And I do think she came over here to become free, and all that, but still to her core, you know what I mean, that's what she's used to, that's what, you know what I mean. So he's easy to get her to say yes. It's easy for him to do it, and he knows it. He
you know,
knows it. He
I
knows
don't
it.
think it has anything to do with our culture, and I'm gonna tell you why. Everything you said is
hmm,
right, is fact. But with Korra is a free spirit, right? And she tried to go the traditional route. This is what she said. She tried to go the traditional route. Her father said, ask for his forgiveness, make it work. Us Africans don't divorce. She said she went to the store, bought a cake. She packed up both the girls. Just had Athena. Went to the store, bought him a cake, bought it back. He took the cake, threw it in the trash, and she told her father, "You marry him." She went against she went against that African culture. So she's a free spirit. So in this case, what you're saying, I think, is 100% factual, because that was Nancy's agenda when she came to America, when it first happened, was to save the family name, right? That was her agenda
Hmm.
at first, until she realized how bad it was. Then it was like gloves off. But then with Korra, she was like, F that, I'm out of here. And she's the one that beat him to the court and filed for divorce. And that's why
Right.
whenever it comes up for court, because Korra was going to court, Korra was going to file against him this time first, but he beat her. He beat her because he knew what she did when she beat him the first time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, 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 no. I'm listening to you. I'm
Yeah,
And we're
listening.
saying, yeah, you're right. I agree. Yep.
Yeah, she knew when she beat him to the court the first time, he had no idea that she had it in him to get that restraining, that DVRO against him, to where she had full custody of the girls. And and then remember when they was exchanging the girls, at every exchange, the girls had to go in and get examined by the doctor
Yep.
after each visit, after each pickup. But then, soon as it changed, and they had to stop going to see the doctor, Athena started coming home with rashes, blisters on her bum bum, because he was just keeping her in that high chair without changing her pamper. So then when she would come home to Korra had to carry that baby all day, every day. I bet you Korra had to put the baby on her hip when she was on the toilet.
So let me ask you, do you think that Korra loves her girls?
Do Korra love her girls?
Absolutely.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yes. So this is what I'm gonna
I
tell
definitely believe Cora loves those girls.
Of
you. She
course.
loved them babies to death. I'm telling y'all, she loved those babies to death. So do you know that her sending those kids with a man, when she knows that when she took that baby, their butt was raw, or when she knows that she still sent them to them, that was because of her core belief, you guys, of the father.
That's because she
I
said she
think she's
wanted to
still
have daddy
fearful.
issues. She said daddy issues. She ain't said nothing about her culture. She said daddy issues.
Yeah, I think part of this is it's not so educational for me, especially watching my own daughter go through this. So I have a
Mm.
completely different outlook on it, a completely different outlook from the majority of you all. And I think Cora has failed her daughters. I'm going to say that, and I'm going to wait my turn.
I
Okay,
think I jumped the
I'm
line.
actually done. I
I'm
just
gonna go
wanted
mute.
to. Yeah, you can. I'm done. I would have dropped off. I just wanted to come up here to give a different look on it, because I know a lot of us would have handled it different. I know we have a difference of opinions. I do think that Cora is a free spirit. I think she came here for free spirit, but the things that she grew up knowing and her core, it just can't be erased. I know a lot of women who come, even the Muslim culture like ours, who come to undress and stuff, but that core is still in them, and it's just I that's my belief. I see a lot of it is still in her.
I just
Watch
hope you
her.
don't drop off because you can make comments on what I say after I leave. I mean, when I'm
Oh,
done.
okay. Well, I'll just mute myself, but I was just trying to give a different, a thought process from American to African.
I understand. I
And
hang
so
out with a lot of African women, so I
yeah,
understand.
yeah. So let me go ahead and mute. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Amora. I just love you. I have to
I'm
say
still
that
here.
you
You
are
guys
my
have a
heart
conversation
on social
and I'm
media.
listening.
And so after saying that, I'm going to say this. I feel like Cora felt her girls. I feel like she's failing her girls because Cora went after the custody, not because of Justin. And she said this on one of her videos. She went after it to get those girls psychological help. And to me, I was hugely in support of psychological help and evaluation of those girls after what had taken place with Crystal, after what had taken place with the drug needles, after what had taken place when he had Junie beating her up, just after what had taken place with all them different women coming in and out of that household. So with all of that going on, I was hugely in favor of her getting those girls the help that they needed, the evaluations to see where they were at mentally. No matter how much we think they love their daddy, June is constantly coming back telling her mom things that's happening at their house that she doesn't like. And yes, Cora had to silence her because all of that isn't always for the public to hear. Secondly, I don't think Justin cares at all for Athena. Never thought he did. Just the way
Oh,
he
wow.
he did her on social media in front of all of us with the needles, with the head pushed down between his legs, with him tightening up with her in between his legs. all that stuff that happened, it happened on social media. I'm not repeating something someone else said. I am repeating what I saw with my own eyes, where I kept videos and pictures of. And some of them are still on my phone because they were so disturbing that I felt like they should go somewhere. And so I started sending them to someone in particular that was on Cora's side. Korra has this thing where she'll listen to African women over American women, and she'll assume, and I think it's a communication comprehension problem where they don't understand what we're saying and they think someone's talking bad about Korra, and it's not. And Korra immediately delete those people, and I think that's part of her anger issue with American, especially American white women. That is my personal opinion from a 60-year-old black grandmother over here.
So, do you believe that Justin should have gotten full custody of the girls?
Oh no, I don't believe Justin love those girls. I don't believe Justin know how to love those girls. Now I honestly believe that. What I believe is Cora should have gotten the custody to get them mentally evaluated. I do agree with that, and I agree that I, I, I don't agree that Justin should have full custody or even 50-50 custody of those girls. But that's not
Agreed.
here nor there with me. That's between the courts and Cora. And so I don't step on people's toes when they're in a court battle because it is what it is. And you know,
Can
this is the
I ask you a
United
question?
States.
You don't
Yeah.
think he loves the girls, or do you think he loves one more
Okay,
than the other?
hold on. Hold on.
I don't think.
Interruption.
uh,
Somebody just posted, this man just posted, claiming victory without achieving it is a hallmark of any political campaign. So he's already making subliminals at Cora because she claimed victory basically on her live yesterday. And he's saying claiming victory without achieving it is a hallmark of any political campaign. So he's already started. Go ahead.
she did not
We
claim
knew it.
victory after him. She
Wow.
claimed victory towards Crystal. You can go back and listen to that video again. I've heard it. So see that it's so many misunderstanding and misinterpretations in what she said. When she said, "I finally did it. We finally got the restraining order that I wanted." She's talking about Crystal. She didn't get a restraining order against Justin. Justin just plays the victim. I don't listen to him much. I don't even follow him. I don't listen to him at all because I had quit watching Korra. Woo! Was it 2019? 2019. I quit watching Korra. She was getting ready to have a concert. I paid for two people to go to the concert. I donated to pay for two people to go to the concert. I don't know if anybody got chosen for it or what. But I quit watching her because I couldn't stand the way he was treating her. And then I came back. And when uh, I came back around 2020, right before COVID hit. And so just watching the two of them all these years, and I've been watching her long before June was born, so it's been a while. I can honestly tell you that I don't believe Justin loved her. Those same women that are now on Justin's side that used to be Cora fans was down in that chat room tormenting her, saying, "Where's Justin? Where's Justin? You sure he's not cheating on you?" And so I know for a long time that that girl has been going through a lot. And do I feel for Cora? I feel for Cora like I feel for my own daughter. They're approximately about the exact same age, except my daughter is a single mom, and she's had her ex boyfriend, and thank God they were never married, come on social media and put a threat directly towards
Hello?
Is it just me? It's like I don't hear nothing.
Hi. I
It
hear
just
people.
it
Do you
it
hear
just
me?
went mute.
Did I go mute again?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. But I believe that Cora can fight for herself a little differently and a little bit harder for herself and those girls. And I think that's where she's failing at. And I'm not talking about as an American or in a court system that she can't maneuver. If you get an attorney, You can ask questions. You can trust Americans. All of us are not out to get her. I believe Amor is an amazing form of resource that she could just send someone over that she trusts, Nancy or somebody, to listen, because she can just listen. Don't nobody even have to know they there, and get information that will be very valuable for Korra, that Korra needs to protect herself and those kids. I believe that he was a part of what happened to her in London. I believe that that threat he made on social media was right before she went to London, and then that happened. So, do I believe Cora is doing everything? I'm gonna be honest. No, I don't. I don't, and it's not because I don't love her. It's not because I don't want to follow her. Because I am a huge donator to her, and it's not like I'm ever going to stop donating, even if I quit watching, to get myself together, because it's overwhelming watching her go through what my daughter is going through. Well, my daughter isn't as bad as hers anymore, even though the threat came out this summer towards her. My daughter has a huge circle around her here in the United States, whereas Cora doesn't. And I get that.
I was
But
gonna ask you, if you don't mind me asking you, why do you think is there a reason why you think she's not doing it? Like, is there why do you think she's not protecting them? Like, what do you think her?
Cora has an illness, and I don't care what nobody say. Clearly, right before she went to court, she was losing it. She was breaking down, and Justin knew it. He knows what she's doing, and he mimics her. So she was breaking down. So then he went and made his video like he was, you know how he pretends, and he was breaking down because he had to outdo her. He wanted attention, and he had to have someone to blame it on. He wanted, and all court was saying, I don't know if I can go back to court anymore. And he knew he had won at that moment. So
When
he
you
told,
say illness, what do you mean? Like anxiety? What do you
When,
mean? Illness.
I think she's, I
That's
think
what
she
I was
has
about to ask.
depression. I seriously think Cora has depression, severe depression.
but that's not a mental. Well, it is a mental illness,
It
but
is.
most Americans have depression.
Yeah, but
Most black people, most black people suffer from depression and
most
anxiety.
black people do suffer from depression, but some are more severe and some are easier to spot. I spotted her from the first time I started following her. And so all these years watching Cora and watching her granddaughter grow up to be 5 years old and turning 6 June, and my grandson just turned 7. I've been watching them as long as my grandson been in this world. My grandchildren watch Cora because only when her kids are on. I don't let them, and I play it in a replay. I don't let them watch certain videos. So only when her kids are on. But just the mental game he has played with her over these years, and that he's still playing with her. He used her video to make her think he was giving up his rights, and he didn't. He didn't go in that courtroom asking to give up his right. He went in that courtroom to manipulate Cora for negotiations.
He didn't go into court for that. You got to think when he came and made that video, they had already came to an agreement. So they
Right.
didn't go to court and the judge decided anything. All of this stuff was decided before they went to court.
I
And well,
agree.
I don't know when it
Before
was
he even
decided.
made that video. I believe that he made that video for his flying monkeys. I'm gonna be honest, for his supporters, the ones that's under that post right now, dragging her for filth. That's who he made that post for. And even the post that he just made right now, he's made for his flying monkeys.
But
This is
I
for
just
his
want you
flying
to.
monkeys.
I'm going to tell you something more. You have to watch him more closely than what you think, because Justin made that a post right after Cora made hers, having her breakdown. We're
But
not talking about before
I
they.
didn't see Korra having a breakdown.
She
So I
did
didn't.
when she told all of us that she couldn't do this no more, and if the judge continued this, she don't know what she would do. She would just probably just give in and say forget it and walk away from all of this. That is the post
I
Cora
didn't hear
made,
that post.
right? And then hours later, who post pop up on the screen? Justin, crying and whining and talk about she's a.
Okay, so I missed that. I missed that. I honestly missed it because I was too busy up in a whole bunch of other saga stuff. But I'm back now. But I missed that. But I will say, she said, "Amora, can I get on the line, please. Yes, you could. Anybody that want to grab the link, grab the link. I'm dropping the link. The link has been dropped 11 million times. So I just dropped the link again. Just grab the link.
But I agree with Amora. I think things was taken care of beforehand because Korra was fully dressed and she had on a bra. And when I saw that video, I said she must have went to see her lawyer because Korra don't wear no bra. And I agree with Amora that I think the negotiations took place before court. But what Korra was probably talking out of fear because the lawyer could have told her there's a slight possibility that the judge won't go against this. Just because we're making this agreement don't mean the judge have to uphold it. And so Korra may have just been talking out of fear from that little bit, that tidbit right there. But I do think it was taken care of beforehand. And he was just coming out just to send a message. He sends a message to his people. Get ready, y'all, because after court, she's going to be able to post the girls again. Y'all get ready.
He
Y'all
does.
get ready.
He does send messages ahead of time and through his minions. We agree with that. But also the other thing is everybody have to remember this wasn't about her marriage. When Justin had went against her marriage and her begging him, and she begged him publicly in front of all of us, and his minions came over and attacked her and made fun of her for begging him to take her back and to forgive her, and and she had moved out of the house. They had legally separated, if you ask me, but they humiliated her every chance they got. And I believe these were things that Korra could have used in court. She should have been praying to go before a judge to say enough is enough. I don't care that he still has some custody rights. He should. I want their father in their life. But I also want to bring these things up and I want them addressed. And they're not addressed in any of her orders. And that disturbs me. And that is where I see the failure at.
Hello?
I understand what you're saying, but I want to say we have to understand that she's still young. We're older. I'm about to be 52 in 4 days, and you said you're 60, and there's a lot of us in here that are older. So we have to understand. I remember the young me. I remember when I got a divorce and I was 30 years old. When I was in the courtroom, I was scared as crap. Now, if I had a chance to do that all over again, I would have been 10 toes, down. I would have stood on what I believed in and blah, 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 blah. But I allowed the judge to award me $300 in child support because this man lied about his pay when I knew he made way more money than he did. But did I fight it? No, because I didn't know how. Now I have way more knowledge now. That if I had the knowledge now, or even the courage that I have now back then, I would have fought tooth and nail. So I'm going to give her a little leeway with age and her not knowing the American way of doing things. You know what I'm saying?
I think Korra's 33, 34, 33.
She's 33, and my son 33, and my son don't like court like that. You know what I'm saying?
And my daughter's 34, and that's what I said. They're really close in age, and they're going, like right now, they're going through some very similar things. My daughter, not as much as Korra, but right now, my daughter has her baby daddy under child support. And with the threat, they had promised her, because they had copies of the social media threats on her life and my grandson's life, they had promised her that he would not know where she was at. And then next thing you know, they're talking about, well, we have to give him this information. And I'm like, they done lost their mind. I said, don't go with the support. We've been supporting you all this time. I'd rather you not.
And then you also have to remember she doesn't have a mom, right? So right. She has a dad, but he knows Nigerian laws or whatever. And then she has a LA mom. She call it LA mom, but she isn't she from another country as well?
She's from Nigeria, but she has one of her children is a lawyer. So I'm not so certain that LA mom don't know a lot. I think she does know a lot about the United States. I think she's been here a lot longer than Korra too, as well.
I just think that maybe. But for right now, I will say this. I understand what you're saying, Monica. But I will. Monica. It's Monica. But I will say this. I still don't think that she lost, because if we think about it, a lot of us.
She lost. I didn't
Right.
say
She
she
didn't
lost.
lose because she didn't. We thought that she didn't ask for enough in her TPO. We felt like she didn't ask for enough. So, but what she asked for outside of legal custody, she won. She got because
And what I'm saying
basically
is not
she
what
just
she
made him
asked for.
stand on what he
The
initially agreed to.
Right. And what I'm saying, Amor, what I say is it's not about what she asked for. It's about steps she could have taken to help protect herself and her daughters. That's it. That's all. I'm not going to talk about steps he should have taken or steps she should have taken in the court, but I think there were things that should have been brought before the court to protect them. And that's why I think she failed. That's it.
I
That's why I
understand.
say my viewpoint is different from
And you know
everybody's.
what? And
I
we respect
agree.
that. Trust me, we're not gonna cuss you out. And that's the thing that I don't want people to think over here. Just because people don't agree with everything a person did or stuff like that, we're not about to just shun them, cuss them out, throw them out, toss them out. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
I'm willing to listen to everybody, and
And I
as long as
appreciate
you're
it.
not being disrespectful with it, like some people come in here and want to call people the bees and all these derogatory words and cuss people out and say things like, oh, her daddy touched her when she was a child, which we know that's not true. She done came out here several times and said that did not happen. So when you say stuff like that in the chat, you're being disrespectful.
They are.
So, other than that, we don't, we okay with difference of opinion.
I may not have many opinions much longer. I've been really sick, and I am really sick. I have a lot of things going on. But I wanted to hop on and just tell all you ladies I love you guys. I love
Love you too.
Amora Page, and I really appreciate what you're doing. You're
Thank you
saving
so
young
much.
girls' lives. You are saving lives.
Thank
You
you
all have a
so much.
great night.
Love you too.
Thank you. You do the
Bless all of
same.
you.
Keep you and your I'll keep you in our prayer and my prayers.
Thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Monique. Okay.
Good night.
Good night. All right. Oops. Did I? Ooh, I think I got rid of Lakeisha.
Hi,
And then
Amora. Can you hear
No,
me?
I can. Oh, Emma. Where are you from?
I'm in Somalia, but I'm an American living in the Midwest.
Oh, okay, because I knew you was from Africa. So yeah. Give us some African insight. Come on, let's hear it.
Okay, uh, most of the African families are, in a patriarchal way, but that doesn't mean that many kids go to the parent if both of the parents get divorced. Some stay with the mom. It depends on how the man feels. If he feels like he's like the way Justin is acting, he might want to get the kids from the mom and put all his resources to, to alienate the mom. It does happen. That's a worldwide. It's not just African way. But what I wanted to tell you, Amora,
Somebody
is there
the
are two more
TV.
cases.
Somebody
Can
need
you
to
hear
put
me?
somebody's TV need to go on mute. Is it yours, Emma? No, it's not
Oh
yours.
yeah. So yeah, it was me. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, just put your TV on mute just while you're talking so we can hear clearly. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. No, I don't have a TV. I haven't had a TV for quite a while.
I
But
don't think it was
anyway,
it was other
what I was
person.
saying is,
Hmm.
um, it depends on the man how he feels after the divorce. If
Okay.
he's so petrified and so feeling so narcissistic way, just like the way Justin does, he might get the kids from the mom and then not be with his own kids but marry again and then put the kids on the hands of his mom or his sisters. But what I want to tell you is, 11 hours ago, his own mom, how the stipulations say, we're not they're not supposed to encourage friends and family to talk about, bad about the other party. His mom started 11 hours ago. Okay. And I also wanted to tell you there are two more cases which are pending. But One is about the children, and one is about the RICO.
Now, let me ask you this. Is there proof of that? Because a lot of people say things and it just gets spread like wildfires. But it's
Yeah. King Esther put that on, but also she said that last night that there are more cases to go. She said that from her own mouth
she said it out of her
last
mouth.
night.
There were two more cases.
Last night, yes, in her life.
Okay.
Okay,
I didn't
but
hear.
I also wanted to talk to the sister who just said that Korra has an illness. I don't want to disrespect nobody. We're supposed to be open minded when we are in Amora's life,
Right.
but I just wanted her to know anybody would get stressed over what was going on. I will
Absolutely.
applaud Cora for her braveness and how she put her toes standing on the ground. I wouldn't have done it. I would have, I would have gone cuckoo for real. But
Right.
we are since we are not using our professional, we're not supposed to diagnose anybody. That's against HIPAA, and we're not supposed to diagnose anybody. We can agree to disagree, but saying that Cora is ill is just below the belt.
Yeah, I don't think that she's ill. Depressed. Hell, sometimes I get depressed. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't take that as a mental illness, even though they claim it's a mental illness. But I think we all experience some depression here and there. But
I don't even think Cora is depressed. She was just stressed, and anybody would in that situation would have been the same way. I, for one, would have been cuckoo for real.
yeah, I think I would have been too, sitting here trying to fight your.
And then the thing about it is Cora is between two cultures.
Right, right,
Cora
right,
hasn't been in the United States for a while.
right, right,
She's maybe 5 to 6 years. Cora is still attached to her culture. So maybe that's where many of her ways of thinking coming from.
right. I understand. The mental. I mean, the severely ill. I don't agree with that, and I agree with you when I say anybody going through a public divorce will feel some type of stress, strong
I
stress.
mean,
Like,
this was not just a public divorce. This was an ugliest. I have never seen such an ugly divorce in my life, and I have not. I've seen many ugly ones, but this was just bad.
yeah,
And
I've seen another one. I've seen a
and
few
and
of
and and you know the thing about it is when Cora asked for the GoFundMe account, it didn't say anything about getting a legal custody or physical custody. It was getting her rights back, and that is where it started. But when she went to the attorney, that's when she put it on her case that was requesting to get the legal custody because of what was going on. But Cora had reiterated on and on about her not wanting to take the kids from him, and that's what he was always accusing her of. But
right,
somehow, somewhere, I don't know if it's the other group, or if it's some haters, or I don't know. It got somehow in the hearts of many Koreans, getting like their hopes, like, okay, wow, she's gonna get a full custody, she's gonna get legal custody. But that was not what Cora went to court for. But
right. That
it is gonna come eventually. It is, because there are two cases. It's still, things are not done yet. So we're supposed to wait and be patient things are still pending. And he knows that. That's why he just violated one. Violation number one just happened.
Yeah, subliminal.
Yeah. So, so I just wanted to we don't want to. Cora just, had a 24 hours of feeling relieved, and we are getting on her back again. We want to whoop her. I don't know what we want to, what many of us want to do. We don't want that. I personally will support Cora through thick and thin, but many of the Koreans, I don't know if they were Koreans to begin with or if something is happening, but I see a lot of like anger and dismissal in the comment section. So guys, hold on.
Hello.
There are two more pending cases. Hold on.
Okay. Well, thank you
Okay,
so
Amora, I love you, sis, and I'm still telling you, please let us get the attorney license. So 2 more years and you will be good.
and I just 2 more years. Okay.
Okay, I love you, sis. Stay blessed.
Thank you so much, and you do the same. Let me address Amelia right quick. Amelia, what you're saying is untrue. I don't know why y'all come in here and tell these untruths, okay? These falsehoods, these lies, these stories, these fibs, these jumbo humbles. I don't know why y'all come in here with this mess. That is not true. She did not lose the page because she was begging on her Junie page. She lost it because he struck the page just like he struck her other page because he did not like seeing her and Korra on that page. He did image protection. Okay, let's be honest. Let's not tell untruths. Okay, but we're not gonna kick her out because she have an opinion. But I would like for you to just be honest. And if you don't know, just say I'm just assuming or I'm guessing. But he admitted out of his own mouth that he struck the page because she posted the daughter. It was nothing about no begging. Okay. So please don't come over here with untruths, okay? Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Somebody named Felicity. Felicity, is that how you say your name? Felicity?
Hi,
Miss,
yes.
did I say your name correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Amora. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. What you got for us?
Oh, thank you for everything. Thank you for supporting every woman out there. You're doing a good job.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
just wanted to say, I'm an African, and somebody came with something saying that, Cora doesn't listen to the Americans. She only listens to the Africans. uh, I don't see any difference in us being Africans and Americans. We all think the same. We are all women. If we are being hurt in a certain way, we all respond in a certain way. What I think is with Cora is she's young. She's still very young. And all this is happening in public. It's a huge thing. Even a grown woman could not handle what's happening with Cora. you know there's
Uh-huh.
everybody blowing from left, right, do this, do that, do this. But at the end of the day, what people don't realize is Cora had a lawyer, and obviously this lawyer is smart in some kind of way. She can't have advised her something stupid or do this or don't do this. She obviously came up with all these oh, people are saying I should do this, or I have this and I have that, and obviously she would have advised, let's not go through this way or we'll end up this way. Let's not do this or we end up that way. So I don't see where people are coming in and saying, oh, I'm disappointed. Yes, disappointed. I'm not, really happy with what's happened. But not to say I'm not happy. I am happy because she got what she wanted, you know.
Right.
She
Mm-hmm.
got everything that she wanted. But everything comes with steps. You don't rush life. This lawyer, is smart enough to realize, like, if we we are thinking as Facebook people, well, I don't have a law degree, I don't know nothing about law, but I'm just judging with my kind of thinking of the world, like, oh, it should, if this one steps on my toe, I'll step on them back. That's how we are seeing things as Facebook people. We are just quick to say, he's done this, let's hurt him this way, let's do it this way. But
Mhm.
this, the lawyer is doing it the proper way. They're
Right.
doing it the legal way. So
Mhm.
obviously we might not like the way it's going, but Cora would have not just made this decision. I don't think she would just say, oh, let's just let Justin go. Come on, this guy has hurt her to, home and back. He's hurt her to a position where nobody likes to be put. But I'm sure the lawyer knows what they're doing. He's giving this guy a rope so that when it comes to grabbing the kids, taking custody, it will be easy. And as well, she's also thinking, you can't just yank the kids away from the dad without a very good reason. If you do
Right.
things slowly, slowly, this guy is, look, people are already saying he's already wrote something. He will shoot himself in the foot very soon. I'm sure this
Right.
lawyer is well organized in her doing. She knows that this guy will do something that will let the cards will fall in the right deck, and just everything play nicely. I don't
Mhm.
think people we should too quick to be saying, oh, Cora did wrong. Cora tried. That's why she went to a lawyer, because she doesn't know herself. And come on, she's got 5 years in America. 5 years is nothing to a
Right.
foreigner. It is nothing. She
Right.
knows hardly anything. Give her time. If I'm in the UK, if I had 5 years in this country and something like that happened to me, I wouldn't know the right doors, the right things, the right ways to go about. But I've been here for more than 35 years. If a man was to treat me the way that Justin is doing, I would deal with him as the African that I am. I would deal with him. I would prop away my Africanness and deal with him. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
it's to do with time as well. She doesn't have that experience, and she's young. People are too quick to say, "Oh, Cora should do this. Cora should do that." No, this girl doesn't have experience, guys. She doesn't have
Mhm.
experience. Let's look at it in that way as well. She doesn't have experience, and Cora is a peacemaker. She wants peace. She's not like all of us. We want problems. We will deal with that. We I
Come
will
on,
deal
Rob,
with this.
Rob, Rob. We want to prove a point, is what we want. We want to prove a point.
Yeah,
I get,
Cora
I get
is
what you're
dealing it in
saying,
a very different way. I want
but
problems. I
she,
would have.
but no
I,
matter where she's from, and no matter if she's an American or not, she's dealing with an
yeah,
American narcissist. So
yeah.
she is gonna have to catch on one day that that's not how you deal with a narcissist. You have to get
Exactly.
them.
She's gonna need to grow a thick bones. She's gonna have to grow those thick bones. But those come with time, like we're saying. If they come with time, she's got 5 years of experience in this America. She doesn't even really know yet that she needs to grow a very, very thick skin and deal with this man like he needs to be dealt with. She's still thinking, oh, let me negotiate him this way, let me negotiate him that way. But no, 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 no. She will still soon wake up. Like everybody's saying, like, they're upset and they wanted it this way and that way. But she will get there. But we might want her to get there faster, but she'll get there.
Mhm.
We are not God. She will get there. God is not sleeping. He's not man that he should just make his decisions fast. He's not sleeping. Trust me, he's watching. But he doesn't work with our time. This guy will wrap himself in all the shit that he can wrap himself, that he won't be able to say, I want the kids or I can I the kids. He will have wrapped himself in so much nonsense that it will be so easy for Cora to take these kids. That's how God works. He doesn't want to make things difficult for you. He wants you to move in smoothly. It will work out for her, but let's give her a chance. And this business of, oh, she took our GoFund, da da da. My dear, if you support Cora with all your heart, and with the you that is you as a Korean, you are not bothered by such things. That's why we donated, so that this will come whenever it comes to an end, it will come to an end. We donated because we wanted to deal with this. And we're not here to come and start saying, she's disappointed us, I'm not supporting her. Yes, you can take a seat back, but you don't have to hate and start instigating. And, you are now making those people on his side or wherever saying, oh, look, now they're complaining about their GoFund. I'll never complain about my GoFund. I'm happy that is being used.
It's being used the way I wanted it to be
There
used. She's
people in here.
getting there.
Were there people in here complaining about the GoFundMe?
Yes,
Yes,
there were people
sister.
saying that she bought a house. Like, how stupid are you? When did Korra buy a house?
That was probably, to be honest with you, you have to be careful with those type of comments because it could have very well been people that support Justin. People do that all the time. They'll come
Yes,
in and
they were. I'm sure they support Justin. Those people who were saying that if you check, if you even if you go
oh yeah,
later
well
on your
they're gonna
life,
say whatever. They're under the comments now saying, "Oh, she didn't win." Everything is the same.
yes,
Well,
yeah,
everything is the same, but what they're not understanding is he's the one that petitioned her to court.
yes, he took her to
He's the one
court.
that
Korra
asked
was
for
only
all of this
defending
stuff,
herself.
and he
Yeah.
won zero of it. So he
He didn't
wasted
win
a lot
anything.
of time of his
He
own.
didn't win anything. Korra got everything that she wanted. Hopefully, what we
Exactly.
only just wish is she will go quickly to this passport office and get things done because she wants to catch this man at his moment of weakness. Right now, this is the time she needs to grab everything that she needs. And if he doesn't do it, then move forward and do with the stipulation, as you call it, whatever you call it, move forward and say he's not obeying what he's supposed to do. She needs to do the things quickly. That's all I'm hoping for. She just needs to attack everything quickly. No wait. Get the passport as soon everything that he's supposed to do. Let him do it. And this like health system where the people in America you pay for the health, she needs to get him in there. If he doesn't do it, she needs to get everything that she needs to get. She needs to get her little cards aligned and get what she needs to get before. If he messes up, this is the chance to lock him out. You know.
Can I
She
ask
needs
a
to.
question to
Right.
this sister, Amar?
Yeah. Sure.
Um, hey sister, how are you? Can
Hi,
I
I'm
ask
from.
you, what part of what country in Africa are you from?
I'm from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe? Okay. Do you think that the girl should have 50-50 custody with Justin?
Well, I don't see anything wrong with the 50-50 custody if Justin was being fair.
Hmm.
Because come on, who wants to grow up not knowing their father?
Yes.
If he's a good father,
Yeah, and I think that's the
let's
same thought she has. You know what I
yes, let's
mean?
not be unfair on her to say, oh, she should have taken him away. Come on, let's think with the heart. Let's think like children ourselves. Would you have loved to not know who your dad is if you had
Hmm.
the chance to be with him?
Yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then how would you feel if your mother took that chance away from you? You've got to realize Korra is in a position which is very difficult because if she takes away these children from the dad, children can grow up and hate you and say, "Oh, you took us away from our father." We are raising our kids in a different society. We are not in Africa anymore where you say you can
Yep.
take the stick and sort them out. You know,
Hmm.
no, you're in Europe, you're in the Americas where kids have say what they want to say. They will open their mouth and give it to you. You
Hmm.
took me away from my daddy. You did this, you did that. So she's in a position where we as grown-ups, we as women have to think and rewind ourselves as well to think like children. Let's think if you're in a position, let's say you don't know your dad now. If you were in a position that you were growing up and your mother made that choice for you, then you grew up and you realize that your mother made that choice for her own good, not for yours, for her own good. You'll be disappointed. But if she takes the dad away from them and they grow up and realize that this is the reason why mom took the dad away from us, they can understand. But it's very tricky because children are they're you've seen situations where like in my country where we come from, a child will grow up with the dad not raising them right as a mother.
Hmm.
The child is not being raised by the dad, but when that child grows up, you know what they do? The first thing, they look for that dad. They look for that
Absolutely.
dad who never gave them a penny in life. They will look
Hmm.
for and see how the mothers get upset, like, you're looking for this dad who never did anything for you in life. But that's just how children operate. You just
Hmm.
don't know what these kids will do to Cora later on if she just decides on her own wishes.
And I don't think she even wants that on her heart because I didn't even know Cora only been here 5 months. That's
5 years,
another. I meant 5 years. I said
it's a
5 months.
little, people give her
I didn't know that
credit.
she only been here 5 months, and that's just
Hmm.
another thing that we have to say because I know people think
Yeah.
like, oh, she's, she is a free spirit. I do agree. You know what I'm saying? But she's still an African woman.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't even grow. She probably doesn't even know like tons of people. Like we know
No,
many
but even
people
if you realize
that
she
don't
doesn't
have
have
that.
that
She don't
many
even
friends,
know.
she hasn't really even made really. She's because she's her circle is quite small. She's even probably scared to make friends because she doesn't even know who to trust
Trust.
because everybody's out to get her.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
she does.
very hard for that girl to even make friends. And then people say, oh, she can't even associate with other people. When she goes out, she can't even talk to other people. She's in a very serious position. Yes, social media made her famous and made her who she is, da, da, da. But at the same time, it's got its benefits and it's no non-benefits as well, because now she can't really make friends. She can't really open up to people because, humans are humans. They're going to do what they do.
Yeah, so
You
I'm
know?
gonna I just want to say this, and I'm gonna drop down, you guys. But the last thing, I just want to encourage anyone who is like, oh, Cora shouldn't have did this, and I'm just so disappointed in her. I just,
Mm-hmm.
just think about it, guys. She's over here. Her main support system, yes, we support her, but I'm talking about her heart. The ones that's in the core, they're in another country. She's
Mm-hmm.
tired. She is tired. It's back and forth. She's bringing her dad out here. She's brought Nancy out here for support. That's a lot, to bring someone that flight, that staying over here. That
It's
is a
not
lot.
easy.
She is
Being alone in
tired.
a
She's
country by
tired,
yourself.
and she's
She's
not.
got LA mom, but
Hmm?
that's not her real.
That's, yeah, exactly. That's a support system. That's not her core to the heart. You know what I mean? Like that's not the, so she's trying to do, I see in my eyes, I feel like she just is like, you know what, I just want this to end. She, like Amora said, she got everything she wanted. She doesn't want to rip them from their father. Cora probably doesn't even know anybody in Africa who's growing up without a dad. That's already an embarrassment. She's already getting hate from the Nigerians already just because of the way she dressed and acts. She don't want, now she's gonna be her kids don't even got no father. Like these are all the things that's going through her head. Trust me. We would have
Mm-hmm,
dealt with it differently. I know we would have. I'm not
mm-hmm,
saying that I would have dealt with it the same way. I'm just saying, give her some grace because that's how I feel like that's how she, maybe is
mm-hmm.
just trying to deal
Already,
with it.
people call her all these names, Ashawo, this, that. So now she's going to raise these children without a dad. You know what they're going to do? They're going to eat
Mhm.
her up.
Yeah, yeah. And she's already, trust me, she's not just getting a lot of hate from like people from Facebook. Her country goes against
Yes,
her.
it's people from
Her
Nigeria as well
country
because
eats
they're
her
very
up, y'all.
unforgiving. They're
It,
very
it,
unforgiving.
yeah.
If you're not married, it's like a statement to be
It's
married.
like a thing.
You know,
Yeah, yeah. And
it's a
that's why they beg. Justin knows this stuff, y'all. He knows it. He knows that
yes. So
he
he's
can
taking
go to her
advantage.
and say, because she already doesn't want this. She's like, they're already doing all this. And yeah, she is strong. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Oh,
strong.
the girl is strong.
She's very strong, but she can only take but so much. It's like
So much. Mm-hmm.
she's tired. The girl
Oh,
tired,
oh.
So
I give her.
I think it was,
I salute her. I
yeah, I
salute
salute
her.
her. I
With a
think it was
young age,
okay.
I
You
salute
know,
her.
she did good. I think she did good, and I think you
Mm-hmm.
you covered this really good, Mamora. I can't wait until the next stuff, girl. You be
I know, Amora. Thank you for
Amora
giving us
be
this
on it,
platform.
honey.
Thank you so much, Amora.
Thank you, Mora.
Camera on, got my little robe on. Yes, no, y'all know me. I be sitting a bit chilling. No, but thank you. But no, I think that, believe it or not, I hate to say this, but I think that we're going to be covering it a lot more because I
Mm-hmm.
honestly don't believe that Justin is not going to violate. I just pray that Korra don't give in
Mm-hmm.
to him this time.
Yes.
Just don't even come out and say nothing about it. Just handle it behind the scenes because
Mm-hmm.
I believe that because Justin is allowing these people to drag her now in these comments. And in my opinion, they can't support him if they're doing that to her because they're definitely over there just being
Tearing
very
her up.
ugly right now in those comments. And the thing about it is, I hope she doesn't follow suit. That way she'll have him in a chokehold at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So because he knew making comments like that will get those type of comments, and
Riled
that's
up.
why he did that.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Yes,
You
everything
are so
planned
right,
is
Amora.
is a manipulative
I've
man.
already looked at his status. I've seen it and read it a few times, you guys.
And you could see it. And Amora, it's like the other case that we was covering. I'm not gonna say the name, but it's like the other
Yeah.
case. They do not support him per se. They are just, it's like they're core haters. They
Yes.
don't support Justin. They don't go over it. Do you think they are going over there to see why their clavicle bone, woke up and start clicking? They could care
It's
less.
especially with the, sorry to say my African people, but it's especially with our African people. I'm
Yes.
ashamed and embarrassed.
Yes.
You know, it's more to do with jealousy. There's a
That is
core
jealousy.
jealousy.
Oh my God,
It's
yes.
all. It's not even the hate they have for Korra
Yep.
is about money.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I have to say it.
I
It's
agree.
just money.
It
That's
is
the
money.
most hate they have against her.
Yep. Yep.
It's
It's
just
money.
about money
It is.
because she got this, she gets that.
Mm-hmm.
Make your own money. I mean, it's a
Mm-hmm.
free world. Open up your own camera and talk. You know, who's
Yep.
stopping anyone?
Whew. Well, I'm going to drop down, ladies.
Nobody's being
Thank you.
stopped to make this money. Everybody
Yeah.
can make this money, but as
Thank you,
African
Amara.
people, we are almost focused on just, oh, she had a GoFund, or she. It's just about the money, the money, the money, and the
Believe that
hate is too
I could
much.
definitely tell just by listening to, and I don't listen to much, but the ones that I have listened to, I could definitely tell they have a problem with her being one in America and two having money in America as a
Mhm.
foreigner. I
Yeah,
think they absolutely
they
have a
can't.
problem with
They can't sleep at night. They can't. They are not sleeping because of this money. Like, who who died and made you king and queen to decide these things? Eh? It's not your money. Even if Korra was to leave Facebook today, none of you all are gonna make as much money as she made.
that.
Get
Right.
that in your heads. Get it in your heads. It's her
But you know
grace
what
that
though?
has
We have
brought her
to
where she is.
understand. We have
Eh?
to understand who we're dealing with and stop talking to them because I had to
That's
realize this
it.
in
That's
another.
it. People need to stop going to these
Yeah,
negative
stop
platforms.
talking to them because
Not
they're never
people
gonna
need to stop
understand you.
airing their issues. Let them dry up like a
Right,
river. Yeah.
right, right, right,
Anyway,
right, right.
thank you, Amora. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Appreciate you.
Okay.
All
Thanks.
right. Have a good night. Okay. Kiva, you still there? I don't know, Kiva. So listen, you guys, I agree with a lot of you guys. Thank y'all for coming up and giving y'all opinion and your thoughts on the situation. Oh, Kiva, you still here? Turn your camera off. I'll let you back up. Okay, Kiva, you had something to say? I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, I just wanted to before I left, I just wanted to thank you for letting me on the panel. I didn't want to leave without saying thank you, and I continue to love what you do. That's all,
Thank you
dear.
so much. I appreciate that so much. I
You
appreciate you.
got it, Queen. Love you, Queen. Bye bye.
All right. You too. Okay. Bye bye. All right. So I agree with a lot of you guys up here. And even the ones that I don't agree with, it's okay because we can agree to disagree. You know what I mean? I still think that there was a lot in play. I do agree with she had an attorney, and people most likely they go with the direction the attorney is going in. You understand what I'm saying? If the attorney feels that, we pay an attorney for a reason, right? We pay them and then we be like, oh no, we don't want to take your advice. So we pay an attorney and then we have to listen to their better judgment in the whole situation. So given the evidence that the attorneys had in front of them, they advise their clients on what they think is best for them. Okay. So because of that, we have to give that a lot of weight. Okay. You do as your attorney tells you to do. An attorney very well may have said, listen, you both are in violation. Y'all both have violated the court order. However, let's start fresh. Let's start completely fresh. And now, no one is going to strike the kids from no one. You're not going to lose your kids. You're not going to lose custody. You're not going to lose time. You're not going to lose anything. Everything is going to be reiterated in this order right here. We're going to reiterate everything. And then one more time, we're going to take action. Right? Now, I'm not going to say the post that he just made is a violation, because they may look at it different. We know it's subliminally, right? But the courts may not look at it as being subliminally. However, you have to look at intents. The reason why he made that post was for what? For people to go up under there and say the things that they are saying right now. So intents behind making a post like that is to have people to drag Korra. She could very well call him up and say, Justin, I think you need to delete that comment, because that comment, your intentions are to get people to drag me. In my opinion, that's how I feel, right? And let's just say he don't. That could be violation number 1, right? But then he might be petty and turn around and be like, well, I feel like you saying, today is the best day for the rest of your life or whatever, right? They might be petty. The first violation, they might violate each other. But then the second one, when they go to courts or whatever, and the third one is going to mean the most. But I say let's give it a clean slate. I don't think that Korra lost anything. It was reiterated. I'm going to drop the link for you, Lampo, if you want to come up. But it's reiterated in the divorce decree. What was set forth in the beginning, that's pretty much all Korra wanted, was what was set forth in the divorce decree. Sign my baby passport so we can go to Nigeria for Christmas or whatever, right? Allow me to post my kids online as I see fit. And he can do the same. And he will, trust me, he will. He's going to start easing into it, okay? However, and we can sit here all day and say what we would have done different, and I'm still going to stand on it. I would have done it different, but I'm in a different age group, and I'm an American. So I would have handled him very different. Trust me, I would have handled him. He wouldn't have never wanted to mutter my name. He would have came out there and did a post and said, please, y'all, please don't mention my baby mama name at all. Please don't mention her name, because she gonna fire my ass up, okay? All right? She said, are you something? Her celebrity status is not what's making her money. It's the begging. Amelia, you're the only one that's have a problem with her making money over here. It sounds like you're a bit jealous, Amelia. Are you not making money on your job in the business in which you are in? Is that what it is? You want some of Korra money? Because it seems that you have a very bad problem with her making money online. Is it because you might be jealous of that? Amelia, you seem a bit jealous because she's making money. Why does that bother you so much? Are you giving her money? Because if you're not giving her money, then why is it bothering you? Why is it bothering you? Have you given her money out of your pocket? If her supporters want to give her money, why is it bothering you? Here in America, we call that jealousy. It seems that you might be a bit jealous, okay? So don't be a hater and don't be jealous because she makes money, okay? If she encourages her supporters to tip her, and if they tip her, then that's on them. Don't be jealous and don't be a hater. That's how you miss out on your blessings, sweetheart, okay? Now, we're not going to be jealous over here, right? Stop counting somebody else's dollars. Get out of her pocket. Get out of her bank account and mind yours, and maybe you will make some money, okay, Amelia? Because you're not getting paid in these comments that keep on saying that she's a beggar, okay? I don't see her any different than him when it comes to asking for money. He just does it differently. He does the, oh, woe is me, I don't have enough money for attorney type BS, okay? So Amelia, I'm gonna need you to cut that out, okay? We don't care about her getting money. If we ain't coming out of our pockets, why would we care? Obviously, you care. So if you're giving her money, then you go over there and say it to her. But coming over here, counting her dollars, makes you look very jealous, desperate, and thirsty. Okay? Stop being a hater, because you're looking like a real hater out here in these internet streets. Anytime you say she's only begging for money, you look like a whole hater. Do you want to be known as a hater? Okay. So you might want to like cut that out. All right. Anyway, let's continue. Sometimes you have to stop and give them some attention. That's all. All right. Lampo, you wanted to come up? I'm sorry. She said he is crying and claiming he is sick. People are saying he has memory loss and cannot work and cannot take care of his girls. I wrote that he got what he deserved. He took her to court. Yeah, he's the one that took her to court. She said Amelia is jealous of Korra. Amelia is jealous of Dion, you funny. So yes, the ones that's worried about her money are definitely haters. Let's just be honest. Korra deserves every dime she makes. Exactly, because she's a content creator. And like I said yesterday, Lampo, this is her business. And that's what they don't understand. A lot of the people that's worried about her money do not understand this is a business for her. It's a business for all of us content creators. So the ones that's worried about her money does not understand that. And they are very clueless and jealous. They very are. Because they can't come online and know how to work the crowd and get money. They don't know how to do that. Okay? She comes on here and cooks. She comes on here and sings. She comes on here and dance. She comes on here and give them. She's an entertainer and she gives a performance mostly every day. At least 3 or 4 times out of the week, she puts on a performance for her people. Entertainers get paid to entertain. Okay, Amelia? All right. She said, Amelia in America is the land of opportunities. You can be whatever you want. Exactly. She's doing no more than they would be doing if they was on the streets in Vegas or on the streets in Los Angeles performing and dancing or whatever. You ain't going out there and dance and perform every single day and don't expect somebody to tip you, period. So the only thing she's not doing is going out there on the streets. She's just doing it on social media. There's a difference. Now, if she just was shaking a can like some people do, they don't try to perform or nothing. All they do is just shake the can. You know what I'm saying? If she was just shaking the can like we know some people do, it would be a difference. But she actually does things. She put on a cooking show. She does a dancing show. She talks to these people and you know, share her life all day, every day with people that want to see it. If she didn't have an audience, that would be a difference. Okay. People don't come online just for their, you know, good looks. They come online to get paid to make money, Amelia. So stop being a hater. Anybody else want to raise their hand? Any other hater need acknowledgement? Anybody? Any other hater need acknowledgement? I'm here right now to acknowledge the haters. Raise your hand if you have a problem with her making money online. Raise your hand so I can go ahead and acknowledge you as the hater you are, counting somebody else's dollars. Anybody else? Raise your hand now because y'all were in here. You was being very, very busy when people were up here on the panel. I will give you a personal shout out. Raise your hand now. Don't run. Don't be quiet. If you have a problem with her making money at her place of business, let us know so I can give you your badge as a hater. She says she is ungrateful. No one is hating on her. She begs for a living. Call it that. And I'm saying things for her own mouth. She begs for her mortgage. She's not a dang celebrity. She is a celebrity, Amelia. You're going to be a celebrity. You keep on talking. She is a celebrity. And you have her daughter's picture. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss you because you're a disgrace. You got her daughter's picture as your profile, which means you are a whole hater. Amelia's out of here. She has Junie's picture up there. She's out. Anyway, we're done with her. Go play in somebody else's comments. All right. Any other Amelias? Any other Amelias? Raise your hand. Anybody? Anybody? She said, regardless, Amelia, you still watching and been watching her. You are a fan girl, a disgruntled fan. She's a very disgruntled and weird ass fan because she got her daughter's picture as her profile picture. She got Junie as her profile picture. So that's a delusional hater, a weird ass hater, a psycho bitch is what she is. Okay. Something wrong with her. She's mentally ill. She's severely ill. Because why in the world would you have a picture of a 5-year-old as your profile? Something is really, really wrong with that weirdo. Okay? Period. Amelia, you's a weirdo. Anyway, I'm done with her. I'm done with her. Anybody else? She's only broke people hate on those with money. They need to stay out of people's money business. Okay, get out of her pockets. Get out of her pocket. Stay out of her pocket. Okay? Stay out of her pocket. Sound jealous and weird. Anyway. She said, and she pays her taxes. Okay. She owns her own business. She can make as much or as little as she wants. Okay? Period. You know? He better stop playing the victim because he caused this all on himself. Korra's father called him and said, stop the drama. He didn't want to see. He didn't know us foreigners would have come as strong on him. Exactly. I do agree with that. He thought that he could turn Americans and her own people against her. He tried very hard and he saw that the Koreans stepped. Okay, they stepped. Period. They stepped. So I do believe that she still has a lot of supporters that will continue to support her. She said, Amora, she's seeking attention with Junie's picture. Exactly. Well, she's in the wrong comment section with that foolishness over here. Okay. I'm going to continue to support Korra. I'm going to continue to watch her. I'm actually going to watch her more now than I have been watching her. And I'm going to cheer her on and hopefully that she stayed the course. I hope she does not come back out against him, even with that statement that he made today, because that's what he wants. It'll probably be deleted by tomorrow because he knows that that statement alone is in violation. He knows it, and I do believe that he will delete it after he runs some comments up or whatnot. But I do agree. I do believe that he is in violation with that comment alone because he did it as a, he knew the intents behind it, okay? He wouldn't dare say claiming victory without achieving it is a hallmark. Had he not thought that, you know, oh, she's claiming victory. What victory did she achieve? You know, and her, and you have to, let me just reiterate this one more time. I know I done said this a couple of times. Let me reiterate this one more time. She never wanted full custody from him. He did. She wanted legal custody. He wanted legal, physical, no visitation. He wanted money, travel money. He wanted a medical bill money. He wanted attorney fees paid. He wanted social media accounts. He wanted her not to be able to post her kids, talk to her kids, be around her kids, know what's going on with her kids. Do you understand what I'm saying? He wanted the babies to not be able to go to Nigeria. So he wanted a lot and he got nothing. He got told, go back and do what the orders say do, or you will pay the cost. Period. Period. That's what he got. He got, you better mind this order, and you got 3 opportunities to do it, or you are going to have to deal with custody realignment, readjustments. Okay? Period. She can post her babies. They just can't be the center of the, you know, the main focus or whatever. Right? He was so big on, I don't want my kids online. Well, it's not what you want, Justin. It's not about what you want. The court said she can do it, but they can't be the main focus. Okay? She don't have to worry about freaking out when her kids dash across the room. She don't have to worry about him being able to go in there and snatch her photos. He will be in violation. And if he do it this day forward, he will be in violation. Period. Period. You know? She said they are mediocre people. Successful people don't behave like them. Who are you talking about, Sweet Bae? Who are you referring to? She said, I seen that having Junie picture up there should have canceled her out of YouTube. No, not necessarily. They're not going to just do that. You know, without, you know, somebody have to, they won't, I ain't even gonna say. I know a way that person can lose their. I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. You start putting stuff out there and you give information to other people. So I'm not gonna do that. But anyway, what do we got? Amore, he even wanted to record her. Yes. So no restraining order on her no more. She could breathe. So if anything, I'm sure she's celebrating being able to breathe, being up under restraining order. You know how long she was under restraining order? I think she was under restraining order for like what, 5 or 6 months? She was under restraining order for 5 months. Now she's no longer under restraining order. So all those people that used to get in the comments and be like, oh, she's going to jail. She's going to jail for this. She's going to jail for that. She's going to jail for this. She's not going to jail. Calm down. Calm down. Readjust yourselves. She's not going to jail. They're like, oh my God, he's going to put her in jail. He's going to do this to her. He's going to do that to her. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. Hold on 1 second. Oh, yeah, I could tell you right now that Justin will end up back in court. Hold on. You know, it's funny to me how Korra can come online and tell people, don't say negative things about him in my comments or I will have you deleted, right? And he is engaging in these people. Hold on. Oh, yeah. He's entertaining the foolishness, you guys, under his post. He's entertaining this bullshit. I can. Why am I saying I can't believe it? But he's really entertaining this under his comments. He's entertaining these nuts. He's, you know, this is crazy to me. He's been another, you know who he's being like? He's being like somebody else we know. He's really entertaining their foolishness. This post right here that he posted on his Justin Dean page, he's going to find himself in trouble. Like he's literally responding to these people and entertaining their bullshit. How do I get this up here? Under these posts, he's entertaining it. You know, this person asked, they said, so Justin, let me go back to the one that I was just talking about. Okay, she says, so he's basically saying claiming victory without achieving it is a hallmark of any political campaign. So basically he's saying claiming victory without achieving it, that's what politicians do, right? Meaning that they claim stuff without actually being able to get it or have it under their possession or whatnot, right? So then someone goes down and they said, Justin, no. Well, they said, Justin, you need to turn this page back into educational platform, and that only your page is so different now than it was 4 years ago. And he says political manipulation of sheep is education. Okay. Then someone down here says the difference between you, No, that's not the one I wanted to read. No, that's not the one I wanted to read either. Where is that? When they ask, can she take the kids? Oh, right here. Is she allowed to show her kids online and can travel outside? That sounds like victory to me, considering you have been a stumbling block to this. And there is nothing wrong in celebrating that. Why are you pained? And he says, did Trump or Harris say something like this? So basically he's trying to say she's not allowed to post her kids and the kids are not allowed to travel outside of social media. That is what he is alluding to underneath his post. So anyway, this dude never get enough. Never get enough. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he never get enough. Okay, so in my opinion, I do believe that we will see them back in court real soon, unless, you know, I don't know, unless you're okay with this, you know. But anyway, thank y'all for thumbs up, honey. I heard it is 1.2 thumbs up on this live. I appreciate y'all so very much for even coming through. I'm sure that we'll probably be hearing more about this as it unfolds. And there's nothing wrong with us having opinions and coming back and talking about it, you know, as time goes on. I will be paying more attention to them. You know, I had got off them for a while and I was waiting for this court date, but I will be paying more attention to them, and any manipulation that I see, I'm calling it out. I'm calling it out, okay? I will call it out now, but how I do things over here, you guys, let me be honest, I'm fair. So if she does some manipulation, subliminals type stuff too, I will call it out as well, okay? So I will be calling it out both ways. So let's just see what goes on in the upcoming months. But I'm really curious as to see, is she going to come on and celebrate Junie's passport? Because I would. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Raise your hand if you would come on and celebrate the passport. Because I sure would. I sure would. I would get that passport and I say, we're going to Christmas. We're going to Nigeria for Christmas. We're going to Nigeria for Christmas. We're going to Nigeria for Christmas. I would get that passport and celebrate as I walk out that door. Do you hear me? I absolutely will. So I'm going to be looking forward to that because, you know, that was one of the things that she was fighting for. One of her civil liberties is to take her kids back to Nigeria to visit their family. You know, Athena has not been to Nigeria, you know. So like I said, I'm going to be looking. I'm going to be looking at his page. I'm going to be looking at her page. I'm going to be listening up for, you know, what they're talking about and just, you know, see if who's doing what. She said that lady's live last night was horrible. I like your content, Amora. Thank you very much for liking my content. What lady's live last night? Tell my Lolo, how low can you go? She said, can you check for other court dates for him? I looked, let me look again while we on. Hold on one second, because I didn't see anything this morning. And that's why I say, don't come out here and say something without facts. And I know that people said that there's 2 court dates pending well. Because unless we have court cases, we cannot say that there are 2. Okay, so wait a minute. Something else came out. Hold on. I didn't see this. Oh, this is a different. Oh, never mind. I saw something to say judgment. I'm like, what? Okay, hold on. That's not it. Okay, it's telling me to sign back in. Not for this case. I don't see the only, let me see. No, I don't see any future court dates for this, but hold on, let me try something else. Keep kicking me out. Oh, you know what? It might be kicking me out because Candy may be looking at it too. Candy, are you checking it too? Because I think that's why it keeps kicking me out. My moderator's probably checking it. That's why it keeps kicking me out. She said, why are you implying that Korra should shut him out? Shut him out how? What are you talking about, June? What are you talking about, June? Shut him out of what? What is she talking about? Shut him out of what? I have no idea what she's talking about. Maybe she's talking to somebody else because I don't know who's saying it. Korra should shut him out. I have a recording of another CC talking, and you can hear a man whisper on her phone, and he was telling her what to say. Oh, you talking about one of his flying monkeys? Or are you talking about telling Korra what to say? I knew he wasn't gonna stop a narc. It's so predictable. Exactly, Lady V. I will have to agree with you on that. A narcissist cannot help themselves. So I say, let them talk, honey. Let them talk. Oh, she said, I am. Okay, that's what it was. I was wondering why it kept kicking me out. A narc is going to keep talking, keep doing their narcissistic behaviors. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. But I don't see any other court dates for him. Let me know, do you see any, Candy? And that's what we really, really, really have to be careful with saying things like that, because not only are you let me tell you what it does. It actually lets down people that really believe that. Just like I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell y'all a story time, right? 2 cases I've seen so far. Three, I forgot. 3 cases that I've seen so far where the supporters lied, whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, to where content creators or bloggers lied to their supporters, saying this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this is going to happen, when they knew all along that that was not the case, okay? And they got these people's panties in a wad because they really got their hopes up high thinking that something was going to happen. And when it came down to it and did not happen, the supporters were upset. Okay, some people lie to the supporters to keep them around, to keep them coming back, to keep them wanting to tap in and listen to them. I'm not going to do that. Now, I would love for each and every last one of y'all to come back on every last one of my lives, but I'm not going to lie to you to keep you coming back by telling you, oh, yeah, there's another court date. We waiting on another court date. I'm not going to do that to you guys. I'm not going to tell you Justin is going to jail for this, that, and the third if I don't think he's going to jail. I'm not going to tell you that Korra is going to jail for this, that, and the third if I don't think she's going to jail. But a lot of people will tell you that because they want you to keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back, when they know all along that some of the things that they're telling you is not true. I've heard it in other segments, okay? Now, I'm not saying the young lady is wrong. I'm just saying that there is no proof, no evidence that there are other lawsuits out there against Justin that we know of. There's no proof. If you bring me proof, I would be gladly to go over it. Y'all know I love receipts. Love receipts. So there's no proof that there's other court cases pending. There's no proof that there's court cases pending on Justin. There's no proof that there's court cases pending on Korra. At this moment, what I know is she don't have nothing to worry about, and he doesn't have anything to worry about. Moving forward, ain't none of them going to jail. She said, if there was, to me, it would be updated unless it's just sealed, just saying. Yeah, now it may be something sealed, but I don't see anything, okay? So with that being said, unless they just haven't filed yet, right now it's a clean slate, okay? Right now it's a clean slate. She said, how can she be having Junie's picture as her profile picture and be hating on her mom? So delusional. Well, you see some of them nannies, them social media nannies. Oh, you're so beautiful, Angela. You saw some of them social media nannies. They couldn't stand her guts, but they did not hesitate to fly from PA all the way from PA to California to babysit them kids. You understand what I'm saying? So, which I think is crazy. She said the ex-nanny claimed they are taking him to court. When we see court documents, we can talk about that. Until we see court documents, the ex-nanny is a liar. Until we see court documents, period. If she taking him to court, she ain't did it yet. Is it going to be in the U.S.? Because she ain't filed. Until she filed, I ain't reporting on it. Korra says she is celebrating her freedom and a new day in her life. I stand with that. Me too. Me too. If it's freedom for her, you know how they say, if you like it, I love it. If it's freedom for her, it's freedom for me. If she's loving the freedom that she have, one of the freedom is she don't have to worry about him striking her page no more. But not only that, she don't have to worry about fussing at her kids to get out the camera, but she can also take her kids to Nigeria to be around their family. You know, the order in which they agreed to in January of 2023 is reinforced, period. So if she's fine with it, I'm fine with it, you know? Now, those that said that she didn't protect her kids, I mean, I can't agree with she didn't protect her kids. I understand where they're coming from, but I don't want to agree with she didn't protect her kids. I just think that she just have a different vision of what protection of her kids means to her. You know? She said, Amor, did he refund the $6,000 loss of income? Now, let me tell you, Sugar and Spice, now that I was thinking the same thing. You hear me? But all money ain't good money. And I believe that she's been blessed 3, 4 times, 5 times more. You understand what I'm saying? My daddy used to tell me all the time, sometimes you have to cut your losses. So the $6,000 may not be as important to her as being able to get the passport done to take her child to go to Nigeria to see her family. But I was thinking the same thing. I ain't gonna lie to you, Sugar and Spice. I was along the same lines. I would sue his ass for striking my stuff up into this point because he really tried to take her page. He really tried to take her page because after so many strikes on Facebook, your page is taken away. And that's what he tried to do. He really tried to take her page. That's what he tried to do. You know? So that didn't happen. She still has her page. It's just restricted right now. Like my page was restricted for 20-some days. Baby, honey, it hurts. It hurts, but it's okay. She said, thank you, Social Spectator. Amor is what he just did was speaking about her indirectly. Oh, yeah, he's speaking about her indirectly. Anytime you can cause a large group of people to come under the comments and make derogatory comments about her, you are definitely indirectly speaking on her. People are not crazy. You understand what I'm saying? So because he knew what his post would bring, that is what you consider indirectly speaking on her. The fact that they are under his comments claiming, you know, all this bullcrap or whatever and talking about her in a derogatory way screams very, very loudly that he is getting what he wanted and he wanted them to drag her, and hence that's why he posted what he posted. It's definitely an indirect comment, subliminally comment to her. Now, will she take it as such? Hey, we'll just have to see. She needs to get to Nigeria. Remember, she's in the landlord there. That's another reason him and his minions are mad. They're mad because they didn't want her to take the kids to Nigeria. They so crazy. She said, why is her page restricted? What did she post wrong? So she's actually said that it was because they got her for nudity. Now, Facebook will do that. You remember when I told you, I actually shared one of her videos from YouTube to Facebook, and I got flagged for nudity on one of her videos. The one that she had a butt sticking up in the air. Yeah, girl. I shared a link and they struck my page. So she just have to know that Facebook is becoming family content oriented, family oriented. It was what I've been told. So they are not allowing a lot of things to slide like they used to on Facebook. And plus, you know, all those strikes, once you start getting strikes like that, it's easy to get more strikes and more strikes and more strikes. So she already got a lot of strikes from, you know, the images and stuff like that. She said, Justin just posted and people are replying about Korra and he is replying to them in the comments. Yes, I saw that. I did see that. I checked that out. I saw that. This is not the point, and those girls have their father, and we need to remember that and stop being judge, jury, and execution because he's getting a bit too much. Oh my God, y'all still on, I'm back. We about to get off, but let me thank those that did tip your host. I appreciate all tips. If you would like to support, you still have a chance to go ahead and support by sending me a super sticker. It doesn't even have to be much. It could be $1.99, $2.99, $5.99, or you could be very generous if you feel like it. But if you would like to tip the host, if you enjoyed this commentary today, you can show your appreciation by tipping the host, or you can send me a Coca-Cola on my coffee link. Okay, my coffee link is pinned above, or you can send me a super chat to say thanks. But let me go ahead and start reading these off. Thank you, Binky Bing. She said, yes, talk about it, sis. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you, Charlene Williams. I appreciate that super sticker. Marlene Johnson, thank you so very much. I have It's Blessings Time. She's showing off her 13-month membership, and I'm loving it. She said, I would say a win is a win, big or small. Let's keep her and the girls in prayer and trust God for the rest. God will protect her girls. That's right. I agree with you. Thank you. It's Blessing Time. Creative and Unique. I disagree about both of them. How do I call in? Oh, did she come up? I don't know if she came up, but thank you for the super sticker. Jada, thank you for the super sticker. Melinda, thank you for breaking down the court documents. We love it here. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Lady V, for that super sticker of $20. Yeah. Thank you. Some of these people are long mouth supporters. Fair weather friends, I would call them, huh? Thank you, Neely. Appreciate you. Cheryl Sims, prayers of peace and discernment for Korra. Many of us have opinions, but only she knows what's truly best for her and her girls' lives. You are absolutely right. Only she and God knows, and the daddy as well. You know what I mean? Thank you, Cheryl. Candy Girl, thank you. She said, let's support the host. Thank you so very much, Candy Girl. I appreciate you. Lady V, she said, I knew he wasn't gonna stop. Knox is so predictable and is. And I knew he wasn't gonna stop either. And guess who else knew it? Korra, and guess who else? Her attorney. Okay? They know he wasn't gonna stop. Sometimes you gotta let people hang themselves, you know what I mean? But thank you, Lady V, you are on point. Thank you, Michelle Ford, for the super sticker. Appreciate you. And I had a couple of coffees to come through, and let me go ahead and pull those up right quick. I do appreciate you guys for the coffees. Thank you so much, Caroline. I do appreciate you so very much. You do be supporting me like crazy, and I love it. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you, Lady V. Let me just make sure she's a very nice show about Korra and JD. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Lady V shows some love. Thank you so much, Lady V. Those are all the Coca-Colas that I have. I think there's another one, and that is Dion. Thank you. Am I saying your name right? Is it Dion? I think it is. She said, I enjoyed the show as usual. Thank you. Now listen, this is not going to be the end. I'm going to be watching them because listen, I'm going to call a spade, but I am curious as to now that he's come out, I ain't going to say swinging, but he did throw a little something out there. And sometimes, let me tell you what people do. They throw something out there to see if you're going to bite on it. So I believe he's going to see if she's going to bite. I pray that she don't. I pray that she does not. I pray that Korra ignores this, right? Because if she bites, he's going to throw a little bit more. He's going to try to get her to break first, which he's already broke. But I think that he's going to try to antagonize her a little bit at a time to get her to, come back out the bag like she was doing before. She said, Amore LOL threatened to bring your panties out if you don't leave her alone. Well, honey, if she got my panties, any pictures of it, bring it out, honey. Because if she got my panties, honey, she must be a whole pervert or something, child. Because that means that she done came to my house and started digging through my dirty laundry. You know what I mean? So, Lolo, girl, go grow some edges. Okay? Oh, all right. Ain't nobody paying her itty bitty self, little bitty edges. No mind, no attention. Okay? Period. Okay? But at any rate, she said, yes, you said my name correctly. Okay, thank you so much. But I believe that he's going to try to steal a little bit at a time, put subliminals out there, hoping that she breaks, so he can try to get her hemmed up, okay? But until then, listen, I'm going to let y'all go. I'm going to see if my sis is going live tonight. If she's not, I may come back later, but it won't be on Korra and Justin. It'll be on another story. All right. So I love y'all. Hit that thumbs up button on the way out. I do appreciate y'all so very much. Let me read this one. She says, we only know the outcome of the case at hand. We don't know what else may be in the works, so we can't say she's not fighting. Oh, she must be way back in the post. She said, oh Lord, all of that requires more court, more time, and more money. No, you know it doesn't. You do not have to take somebody back to court for contempt. Absolutely $0. Well, you got to pay court fee, but it's only like $100 and some. Hell, if she can't pay that, then, we might need to get a new profession going on. She should be able to pay $100 and some in court fees, but she doesn't need a lawyer standing beside her for a contempt charge at all. Okay? As long as she don't have to need no representation for her own self. That's why I hope she ignores him. Any contempts he does, I hope she just ignore it. Straight ignore it. Okay? I love y'all. Hit that thumbs up button and I will talk to y'all later. Bye now.
Jay! Can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names. Period. She kept talking about that family. Can't make $1. She kept talking about that family. 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 That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family. Clock that team. Clock that team. Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names. Child, we finna talk about this with Amora. That family. Tell these motherfuckers to bless me hell. That family. These motherfuckers don't be wanting to bless no damn body. That family. Jay! That family. Tell these motherfuckers to bless me. Talking about it. Child, we finna talk about this with Amora.